right, people. Welcome back, people. Welcome back to another live stream. Wanna don't watch it tackle them today. Too tough on the sidebar. Didn't get everything sorted out. Um, however, bro, it was a good I would say it was a good presser. It was a good press conference. It was a good press conference for McLaren, and of course we're gonna go over this press conference. Oh my God, it was a good press conference, and we're gonna be fair. We keep it 100. This is not all doom and gloom, and we're coming out to beat the coach. That's not how it. We also, as we say, getting a explanation about certain things. Whether or not we like what was said, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother ball game. Whether or not we like what was said, um, and I don't. I think the coach, in a way, picked the best Unity Cup squad available. Like, barring a certain player, which we all wanted to see. And I had to spice it up a bit in there, and we had to pull off what we said we were gonna do. We had to pull off what we said we were gonna do. We definitely had to do that. We had to pull off, go in the press conference, go talk to the coach, right? Coach, internet was a bit shaky today, though.
Good morning, everybody.
Brother Simon Preston. Let's check out this press conference together, of course.
For the 2025 Unity Cup, Jamaica's first participation in the tournament since 2004, when we had Nigeria and.
All right, this is Simon Preston.
For members of the media, that is just.
All right.
And so it gives us, because of.
Let's see how the coach breakdown. People, one thing I have to say to you guys today, for the first time, hit the like button. The coach actually sound like him know the players. The coach is sounding like this time he sounded a bit more certain about a squad that is relatively mixed and new, random players doing well in different locations. He did talk about even when he brought up Javon East, showed me at least he did a little homework. At least he Googled something. And if he really is keeping up on the football like that, I had to give him credit for the way he talked about the squad. We're gonna get to the other things. I can't come and say, "Oh, JT, I get soft." No, bro, we also keep it 100. And we see through rhetoric. We know when somebody is capping. There's certain things him say him not really need to cap about that. All right. So the way I'm called the squad this time, it's sound. And he went over the players. I say, okay, all right, that sound a little bit more coachish.
What we can pick, it gives us a great opportunity to include 10 JPL players in this squad.
Bro, and listen, man. Again, this is gonna be the sauce today. The sauce today is people are not gonna like some of the things that's being said. People are not gonna like everything that's being said today, enough people. You're not gonna like everything we are gonna say. You hear me? You're not gonna like everything we are saying today. Today I wanted to show them when I gonna say, right it, JT, you come out and a wheel the belt. If it also be realistic. Right? Maybe also be realistic. Where the coach, when we really look at the squad, I'm like, all right, he really goes hard for JPL players. I think he also hints sometimes that, listen, check in Young Cryptic, Tycho, New Thing, the whole crew, everybody in that building. People early ones still, still Thursday, still Thursday, I still Thursday, still. Squad shot job Friday. But we don't have no work tomorrow. Pull off a 30-hour stream. But at the same thing, like, I will love a football. All right, something else. Drop. Fresh drop. Unity Cup squad. You know what I mean? Fresh drop, Unity Cup squad. And I'm telling you, I have no problem with the squad. Other than maybe we say, yo, big up yourself, Wayne Swire. Other than maybe say Ravel Morris will be in the squad. But if Ravel Morris is not in the squad, the coach, his explanation though, I'm happy that Cranky actually backed up the statement or the question I had. which I think I started off with a statement followed by a question, and thank God for Cranky in that situation there. Come here and say, yo, them are gonna make the coach escape. Them are gonna make the coach escape. I mean, I say, cause me don't want him up already. Cranky, you can't go a war with Cranky. Cranky look like Cranky come in clutch and go so yeah and follow up. Cause him say yeah. Cause when Cranky really jump on when me ask the coach a question, when Cranky jump on it after that, it's because Cranky say, yo, this is nowhere we have an opportunity to get something else out of him. Some more truth to the situation. He got them access say how much squad the coach have. Coach, what you say have a World Cup squad? I said, Tiga, barely them, I think to myself, say, barely them. The whole of them, that's a whole nother squad. Bailey is not there. Pinnock. People, another person. Boza get left out of the squad, right? All right, we're going to go over this. I'm going to check it now. Boza get left out of the squad.
The majority of them will be playing in the third, fourth playoff finals on Friday. Won't reach us until Sunday. So we have to assess them. The others, one or two names that we may not know and have come back in, but Brandon Cover, who obviously made his debut a couple of years ago against Jordan. We've been keeping a watch on him, and this is an opportunity to bring him in. He can ideal cover at right back, centre back, and number 6. So it's a good opportunity to have a look at him. Javon East, who you will know 3 years ago was his last game for Jamaica. He's now playing in the top league in Israel.
Eddie Guna them coming at press conference
the winter, and has so far took a while to get in the team. Got in the team in the last 6 or 7 games, scored 6 goals, 3 assists. So he's in good form. It's an opportunity to give people a chance. Got experience, knows about the squad, knows about Jamaica and the football. So we give him another opportunity to come in. And the boy Burrell from Burton Albion, who this season has really been a breakthrough season for him. And he has scored 11 goals in League One for Burton. And we've watched him, and it's an opportunity. And so for some, it's an opportunity to get some fitness back in, because they finished on the 10th of May, the likes of Lembakisa, Holgate, Bell, Lee, Isaac Hayden, Casey Palmer, who's been injured, needs minutes to play. So it's an ideal opportunity for them to get a little bit of fitness before the World Cup qualifiers. And for others, it's an opportunity. We brought John Russell back into the squad because he's been doing very well, scoring goals for Barnsley. Give him an opportunity. And hopefully we get Kaheem Dixon from Charlton after the playoffs. I'm looking forward to...
Coach say hope him get back Kaheem Dixon from Charlton. Come on. Kaheem Dixon. Is Kaheem Dixon in the contention to be in the final squad for Charlton for the finals? Where the coach attack them madness here, man? That's when I was one of the first madness. I'm like thinking to myself, like, coach, like Dixon, I got did it. Like Dixon have no game and wait upon him. You see me? I say, big up yourself.
To this fixture. And the main reason I'm looking forward to it is we're playing in the UK, we're playing in London. Many supporters, Jamaican supporters, live in London, and it's a great opportunity for them to come and see the real team. They'll probably watch them from afar and probably never seen them before. This is an opportunity for everybody who is Jamaican, who lives in London, and come and watch a Jamaican team against very, very good opposition. This is going to be a tough week, tough 2 games whoever we play. But we're excited about playing in front of them yellow and green and black jerseys and supporters with the scarves and the flags that should turn up.
And people, me no want to be biased today, no people. Me want today, every comment in the comment section today, me need a based on this press conference. How was the coach to you? His delivery. I feel like this was the first press conference when me hear McLaren really dive into it a bit more and sound like he's catching on a little bit more. But now, like today was the first press conference where his delivery was on. Delivery was on. You know, it started to sound now like a coach who is really knowing what he's up to do. All right. And people, me not care if a man want to say, oh, JT, yesterday I say if the coach no do nothing a Gold Cup if he fire him. But bro, that's still a benchmark because you come and give a good interview. We don't get carried away and say, yo, McLaren are the best thing since sliced bread. We have a good interview. One thing, the coach is very charismatic. He knows how to deliver. All right. He knows how to do interviews.
To Brentford. But let's not forget, this is an eye and a build-up to World Cup qualification and the Gold Cup. And so that's why we've picked this squad. That's the goal. And this is just a step towards that. Thank you.
We fly many flags, so you can send money to your loved ones worldwide. We serve over 170.
Okay, thank you very much, Coach McLaren. Members of the media, this is your opportunity now. Please raise your hand. And once you're indicated, then you will be called upon and, of course, unmuted to pose a question. Let's start with Dre. Good morning, Dre. Go ahead.
Good morning, Simon. Good morning, Coach. Good morning, media members.
Okay.
All right. So, Coach, can you explain to us your style of play, and do you have the players that's needed to play this particular style of play right now?
What the hell?
Yeah, we obviously, from the time coming in, we obviously wanted to change quite a few things. Heimer, as I said when I came in, I reiterate, has done a great job in getting this squad together, keeping the togetherness, the commitment in the players. That was the main thing. Keep the energy, keep the attitude. This is why I enjoy this job, because of the players, because of the energy that they give me. Through that, we need to keep that. We've tried to build on what the team does well, to keep that defensive structure, to make sure that we're hard to beat, make sure that we can defend in games. And I think we've done that. Disappointing probably away to the US, but in other games, we've done that quite well, especially away from home, keeping clean sheets, which is most important, which I think the squad was built on from last time. We've tried to be a little bit more possession based, and at times we've found that difficult to build up from the back and through the thirds, progression through the midfield into the final third. We still need to work on that, though the last two games, and especially the last one against St. Vincent, we had a little bit of an idea that we were improving in that respect. And I think Isaac Hayden has been a big
people, hold on, the people,
position.
hit the like button on the video, people. We're not even reach 100 likes yet on the video. Come on, people, come on. I'm not doing this show, so. I know so I get a lot of football in it. No, so I get a lot of football, but bro, when we come to chop up football, we don't know where I keep it 100, right? We are good. If a tactics them want go into the tactical approach of the game, or just we talk football. Now the squad is here. You know what I mean? We're talking the squad. When we're saying how we feel about the squad, we are fans as well. This is why I'm always tell people. Let me tell you, so when you do YouTube sometimes get you carried away from, like, you forget that you're a fan of the Reggae Boyz football. Bro, me's a fan of the football. Like, when squad pick, I'm happy. Me and link them. Squad up. It's like, when squad drop, wow. Bro, I saw we want Jamaica. It's because, bro, We just want Jamaica to just get better as quickly as possible so we can compete in a games where we can watch we country and we team a player against the best teams and not just playing, but we are competitive. Because I love for Jamaica beat every team in the world, but I'm very realistic. Is that gonna really happen? But I want to see them very composed enough. Yeah, so yeah, man. The mascot T got. Oh god, no, man. We can't put no T got, man. I'm have to go call T got them. Me not call none of fire belt them today, you know, man. T got them a belt buckle boss them, you know. Cause we just make them know still. So that's how I see it. I don't want the press conference was limited to certain amount of questions. But I want you guys to hear how the coach spoke about the players. He sounded more this time. We want to give the coach a grade already. He sounded more like he knows these players, even though a lot of these players, his first time Javon is. Something did sound like he was reading something at one point, though. Obviously, he can't remember all the names in his head, but it also sounded like he was reading the profile. So, don't know who did his homework or if he did it, but at least he passed today for the exam.
We didn't have him for the first 3 camps. Latty did a great job, but he's coming as a number 6, give us stability. We need to build from that. We didn't have Casey Palmer because of injury, but I think Bobby Reid was excellent, putting Omari Gray on the 10 position, released him to be more creative. And when he plays in that position, he can be creative. I thought with CFAS starting the game and on the left-hand side,
Vi ønsker at skabe mere balance mellem naturen og os mennesker. Derfor kan du i maj måned være
normally an impact player, but I believe he's someone who can start for Jamaica and make an impression from the beginning all the way through.
All right. A lot of people gonna skip over that. Hear what the coach says? He sees CFAS as a starting player. More want to not take in that back what the coach said. He sees CFAS. So all the people who were saying it was madness, when we tell them, say, bro, CFAS, we just start on that left-hand side. You start him, and if you're not getting anything out of him, you just bench him, and you still have a decent player on the bench. CFAS, as the coach said, need for dip on the field so you know what you're getting from him. I don't think you give CFAS them 10, 15 minutes. Me people say, just give CFAS them 10, 15 minutes if you run at them. Why you don't let a person who can run try to run? Imagine a person run at you for 45 minutes. You know how much running that? That's a whole bunch of running. Not every footballer is gifted in that way to just run. Run. You know? So Ronaldo CFAS, Coach McLaren is not a fool. You see me? I say Coach McLaren is not a fool. You hear him say he sees CFAS as a starting player. That was very subtle. But I think some people might miss that one. I see CFAS as a starting
player. For 90 minutes, and he did that in the second game against St. Vincent. And I think Isaac Hayden has been a big plus for us coming into that position. We're playing in the UK, we're playing in London. Many in the UK were playing in London. We've tried to be a little bit more possession based, and at times we've found that difficult to build up from the back and through the thirds progression through the.
The coach said we're finding it difficult to build from the back. So everybody who's expecting Jamaica to just start build up from the back like you're watching Arsenal. Not the case. The coach is telling you in the press conference precisely that we're having difficulties as a team getting through those gaps, those thirds. And it also depends on the formation of your opponent and how Jamaica, because a football board is like a chess board, you know. If you're going to build up from the back, how high you want to build up from the back. These are our strategy. Do you want to sit back deep? Especially if the opponent maybe only have 2 players pressing and then start moving the ball that way. But the coach is saying Jamaica is finding it difficult. That's why they're not. The ball retention is not that great, basically. And but this is not rocket science. Everybody on YouTube sees that, and that's why people like me was calling for Ravel Morris. Up to 1G, big up yourself, Martin Baker, big deal, Ling. All right, big up yourself, Cian Hall, one stop driver, World Media, Mark Alan, big up yourself, man. Link me, man. All right, link me, boss. All right,
Field
cool.
into the final third. We still need to work on that. Though the last two games, and especially the last one against St. Vincent, we had a little bit of an idea that we were improving in that respect. And I think Isaac Hayden has been a big plus for us coming into that position. We didn't have him for the first three camps. Latty did a great job, but he's coming as a number 6, give us stability. We need to build from that. We didn't have Casey Palmer because of injury, but I think Bobby Reid was excellent, putting Omari Gray on the 10 position, released him to be more creative. And when he plays in that position, he can be creative. I thought with Cephas starting the game and on the left-hand side, normally an impact player, but I believe he's someone who can start for Jamaica and make an impression from the beginning all the way through for 90 minutes. And he did that in the second game against St. Vincent. And we love his pace. On the right-hand side, obviously, we've got Bailey. And
Here, bro, I don't think the coach is just saying that to gas it up. This is when you hear when he talks about Cephas, how the passion changes. You see me say, we love his pace. Listen, people, Cephas is such a anomaly, a contradiction. Like, you're like, wow, we can do this. And Cephas good dribbler, but the finishing product, I don't think we need Cephas right now to finish, because I think when he starts to finish, that's another option for Jamaica right here, because I think Cephas is going to get it right at some point. There's a lot of league games where we see him make good runs and actually finish and score. Unfortunately for Jamaica, he's not doing that. He's not doing that. But I think it's going to come. For Jamaica, I believe that he just wasn't getting enough playing time as a player. Ronaldo Cephas, no, I think his club, he rescued his club again. They're down there in Turkey. They were supposed to get relegated again. So Cephas is just down there playing with a bunch of trash bags in Turkey. That's the kind of football he's playing. And he was in the Turkish top flight. Remember watching a game, I think they were playing Galatasaray. Up 1, Cephas scored. Early in his trip to Turkey, we were saying, whoa, all right. Look like Cephas is about to hit the ground running. However, in the national team, though, with a player like Ronaldo Cephas, he has to learn to deal with, he tends to get upset when either, I don't know if he's not getting the ball or he's not scoring. Before, he was very goal hungry. And he gets very selfish late in games if it's not going his way. If Cephas can pull off that cutting and shoot, he would be an amazing player. Those are the things that a Saka does. Those are the things that a Saka does, cutting and score. Those are the wingers that people look to buy. Leon Bailey, can you cut in and score? Leon Bailey can cut in and score. That's what a Salah does. He can cut it. Salah can cut in and drive it also into the box and score. Suarez in his time, like. But we need those kind of players, people. And a lot of cow down we get on YouTube when they come on to Cephas. JT Cephas so good. However, we got the whole Tyrese Magee. See, I don't shy away from the fact that I thought Tyrese Magee went to the USL and it was because he wasn't getting playing time in Casio Pen. I thought it was due to, and it was a lot of reasons. I was like, okay, good. Tyrese Magee finally get to play some football, right? Let's see if he has the stuff. Bro, and anybody, right? Anybody anybody who don't tell me that Tyrese Magee didn't have a decent season in that USL, and we were like, take a look at him. He had even one good game for Jamaica where McLaren started him on the wing. And everybody has said, whoa, Tyrese Magee played wing in a different way. We know it wasn't sustainable, but we're like, all right, another game, it's too tough for him. The next game, too tough for him. So I have to just accept it. And we're like, Tyrese Magee, you really now have to make a big move. You know, Robina Gardner and those kids, they're in Genk trying out right now. I hope Magee's in Genk right now, bro. I hope Magee's in Genk warming on the grass right now. Just in a room like I read a book and ready for run out a morning on the pitch. Hope I Genk him the dog. Because as a footballer, I think Tyrese Magee, he's gonna do the Peter Lee Vassell. He's gonna pull a Peter Lee Vassell. Europe, USL, JPL. But I still believe that Craig Butler will let pride make him find a place for Magee to go. I think Mr. Butler's pride are gonna make sure him find a place. And I agree with him. I would have done the same thing. They must say, well, I can't move Magee. Because Mr. Butler must have seen something in Magee. Because it wasn't the first time he tried to work with Magee. He always feel like he can develop Magee. Yeah, man. Yeah, he always thought that. Don't tell him McLaren was working with the JFF agenda. All right. We still got a press conference going, you know. We know we're still in
and
it.
Dixon, who are hoping to recruit a couple more before World Cup qualifiers, Gold Cup. But certainly we want to exploit this pace that we've got. And I think the key thing was
Kaim Dixon. The coach talk about Kaim Dixon coming in. So as soon as the coach talk about it, we just chop up the player so we don't have to circle back around in the show, right? We just talked about Cephas, all them. The obvious ones, we don't talk about them. But Kaim Dixon, I think this is a chance for Kaim Dixon to start in this game. I think Kaim Dixon should start in this game. This is a game you find out if we know he has the drive. We all support him, and we all wanted him to get more minutes. Now, here's the minutes. Here's the minutes for the meeting. Get involved. Start penning something. I hope he can get out there. If Kaim Dixon, no, I think this is his chance. And a good, nice Trinidad target. Just bring a bingy, bro. Yeah, man. It's like, me just believe that if against a Trinidad, Kaim Dixon them come like some bad dog you leg up on the field. You see when Kaim Dixon run on the field, my youth. When Kaim Dixon them run on the field, bro. Man come like one police dog. Yeah, man. You know them bad police dog that in German Shepherd you see all on TV? I saw when you leg up Kaim Dixon them out on the field, man. Man just look like him say, anybody him catch out. That's the kind of energy, brother. That's the kind of energy, bro. Kaim Dixon. And that's where we see now. But at the end of that, you know them dog, they tear up everything, see? yo, me don't know if we catch a metaphor there. Maybe that one they fly over some whole past some people head, but just look when the police dog them run out on the field. Just look on it on YouTube or something. Look when Kaim Dixon run out. You see me? Jersey just a blow up on him back. And he just want to score. You see me? Just a run down everything. You know? It's like, that's his energy, bro. And you can see it's the same thing. He's a quick learner. But it's going to need more than that. Outside all the players that we already know that are going to be in the squad, there's a lot of players who are going to make their name in this squad. As I said, I like that. I love the squad, actually. Daniel Green, I know we abandoned Daniel Green, but I wanted to see, because Daniel Green did had a few intangibles when he came in. He attracted a lot of fouls. I remember, I think it was, I don't know if it was Paul Hall, also fouls a lot. but he's also an unpredictable player. Daniel Green, he's an unpredictable player. We saw bits of that. I think he was just very green, actually, when he came into that Jamaican team. Didn't get enough opportunities. Here he gets a chance. He's a player who was on the upward trajectory for a while, and not many call-ups, but he's also still stuck in the JPL. The coach, people, whether or not you like it, the coach is his team. We don't necessarily have to agree. Whether or not you like it or not, the coach sees that these players deserve a chance to go. And people, be honest, I think the balance with the overseas players and local based players is close to what we want in real life. If you're good, yeah, you're good from yard. No, you're from yard, you get a chance to prove yourself. See a game here. You see what I'm saying? See a game here. We're gonna get your game. You guys gonna play against Trinidad and you're gonna play against another team in the second game. And I hope the coach give everybody a game. Yeah, give everybody a game. Find a way if you give everybody a game. But I think you take off players who non-play good. That's how I see it. I think you just take off players who non-play good and try one player. Make we see. I don't think you leave any stones unturned. Big up yourself, Eddie Gona, Jairus in our building. Whether or not us as fans, people remember to hit the like button. That's very critical, Hitting the like button is very, very critical, actually. Yeah, hitting the like button. It's part of the show. It is actually part of the show. It's like you buy me a bicycle and you say, yo, I just hold when I wheel them, When you're ready for ride the bicycle, link me. Go get the wheel and screw on the back. I say, going to bro, when you ride the bicycle, you see me, brother, the thing for your pedal. You see me, I say, the show for your pedal, dog. Right now, it come like the dog lie down. The dog lie down, bro. You think the thing for your pedal, bro? You see me, I say? Yeah, big up yourself, my boss. Big up yourself, Chris, in the building. The thing for your pedal. So we just go through it, bro, and we give in the honest take that I think it's a decent squad. I think some people might have said, hey, maybe a Trevante Stewart, but who would Trevante Stewart really come into the squad for? I don't know. So we see about that.
In that second game was the introduction of Warner Brown. And I think it gave us a different dimension to the game than we played in the first leg, where we didn't really get behind opponents. But Warner Brown gave us that speed, runs in behind, always on the move, always running, being the first one to press. I think we've not had that.
People want to listen how the coach talk about Warner Brown. Listen, man. Some people don't understand coach's language, brother. What the coach can talk about any player, bro. The coach can talk about any player. The coach can speak about any player. But you have to listen how the coach speak specifically about certain players. When he talked about Warner Brown, those are the same things I saw in those two games, the contrast in those two games. It's the same thing we saw, bro. That first game, no running in behind. Warner Brown starts that game. All of a sudden, him taking off on the press. He made defenders have to think a bit quicker and get rid of the football. We were just playing that Shamar Nichols to hold up striker. Not really working. And the funny thing before that game, I kept saying, like, Jamaica need a lower center of gravity striker. And I didn't know if the coach knew much about Warner Brown. I haven't seen much about Warner Brown. See, I haven't seen much from Warner Brown, but just seeing him on the park, he reminds me a lot about like as a Darren Mattox kind of player. A hungry player who's going to pop up in certain position. Oh, crap. Me have the window open. There's probably a load out to do that. People that must have said, what go on, man? Got them big nights in our community. People must say, what am I talking about? The place I know, man. Sure. Stand. Like, you want to take a long fella. Yeah, man. All right, people. Thing I take come like you want to itch. Like you don't want to lock a while ago. Itch, man. All right. Boom. JPL players. Yeah, so we were on that, people. We just got sidetracked, brother. Me have the window open, man. Me I do the show like in a different country where people speak a different language. Imagine a Jamaica and be a Chinese a year up on one place at talk. And a Jamaica, they big up yourself, Nigeria. I say, blood cleat dog, the Chinese them take over a place. No, as a Jamaican people, that's how we deal with it, you know, man. Yo, Jamaican people, we are 2 Chinese attacking, you know, man. I say, yo, dog, you know, you are going up there, be a Chinese come. Yo, and the next one say, yo, get up on the town a while ago, I'm John, when I say, gee, boss, know that Chinese pass me. I don't get them there. Come to take over, you know, dog. I saw we pre-life for Jamaica, dog. We just hear people like exaggerate something. You know, we just hear people that say, yeah, man, them take away our land from yesterday. And then, yo, any land that take away, a man just start telling Jamaica, say, I Chinese them, you know. Yeah, Bill, dunks, this Joe Grind. Yeah, me go call about them people, people.
So we want to build on that, be strong defensively, be more creative, and can we play through midfield, but use our speed and creativity in the front 4 positions. So yes, have we got the players that can do that? We certainly have. Have we got enough time to build that? Certainly we have not. But this period of unity, World Cup qualifiers and Gold Cup, you know, the key thing is qualifying, getting into that group stage for the September.
Yeah, so people, that's how we're going through it, you know, people. That's how we're going through the players. Instead of we set up a whole big screen, I'm like, yo, this one player, the coach, and that's why I said that the coach actually get a good score from me, bro. This is why the coach get a good score from me for this press conference. I'm able to follow along with his description of each player, and we kind of see where it's going, and even make the show easier.
October, November camps, and by that time I'm hoping that we have a settled squad. We know what we're doing, strong defensively, can play through the midfield, and a front 4 who can cause opponents problems.
Thank you, Dre. I appreciate that. We have to move on. Jason, go ahead. Good morning.
Morning, Simon. Morning, Coach. Jason Hall,
Jason.
Guna TV here. Just have a question on the list. I made note of one player, only one player on this list for the Unity Cup that is not in the Gold Cup preliminary squad. It's a player that I think a lot of us have wondered where he has been. We've been tracking his progress as well as you have, I'm sure. So what was the thinking behind his exclusion from the Gold Cup roster, and that is namely Brandon Kova?
Vi danskere er generelt meget tillidsfulde, men indimellem sker der jo ting, og så er det godt, at
No, people, to the last press conference, Jason Guna asks it's almost a non-binary question. I don't know. That's what just came to my mind. That was the last press conference. He asked totally, I would say it wasn't relevant. But bro, this question that Jason Guna asks, for me, that was sharp for Jason Guna to immediately spot that Brandon. I give credit where credit is due. I don't own the credits. I don't own the credit. I don't own the credit. It's yours. I just give credit where credit is due. That's why I know I can't bad mind. Never. It's impossible. because we don't see the world through that lens. That question that J Suguna asked, that's like let's say you're the professor at a university, and your students like ask you probably a question where you say, "But Clay, dog, I think I did uni there." Him ask you a college level question. I think journal he sound like somebody who was well prepared to ask this question. Enough credit to J Suguna there. You see me I say? You see me I say? Enough credit there to J Suguna in that press conference. It was, that was good. That was good. It sounded like the Concacaf,
Jason, I
like
think the coach
Concacaf
is
a warm
frozen at
him
the
up.
moment, so we're just
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, coach.
Yeah.
The
Have you got me back?
Bro, do a JS. We have to put humor in the show now. People don't know my things here. Humor, sports, we enjoy it. But it's also culture as well. But somebody asked me, say, if me talk the local language, the one I'm going like patois, like, hey, my friend, you learn Spanish? You learn Spanish already? No, bro, like Jamaican language, brother. Number one, every part of Jamaica kind of have them own slang. You see me I say people from town talk different, people from Mobile talk different. In the village, I link up a friend and me I say, yo, dog, you a par? Yo, we a par like morning. Like, you see me I say, it's like people just after them own shit. When you go on next city, probably people them yo, bro G, out there, like every community at Jamaica build them own like energy and them own style. Like every Jamaicans are very individual and very unique. You will meet a man at Jamaica and him like just talk how him want talk. You see what I say? And him just do him thing. So a long time, so we embrace however people go about it. St. Elizabeth, St. Elizabeth people, Trelawney people, everybody at Jamaica have them own slang vibes. You see me I say, bro? There's some people on a rockabessa. I was some place, yo, bro, some place in Jamaica, rockabessa. Yeah, man. Real thing. Yeah. So, people, so that's what I say. More open and just take it into serious more time. You see me?
Yes, proceed. Did you hear?
I didn't get the question, Simon.
J Suguna question was so good, it knocked out the coach Wi-Fi. The whole of the coach Wi-Fi knock out. That was a knockout for J Suguna. But them feel like that was a knockout punch. All the money internet. The coach better walk with a Starlink next time. Alright? J Suguna, no credit, my friend. Listen, that was good. Let's move on.
Regarding Brandon Cova, they're thinking about including him in the Unity Cup. And of course, he's not in the 60 for the provisional list for the Gold Cup.
Very good question.
Yeah, that's right. Look, this has been difficult picking this squad. We've had many people in, then dropped out, can't play, got playoff. We've had to wait for that. So we haven't had a real squad. I've had to pick 60 for the World Cup qualifiers and Gold Cup. And Brandon is one of them that has been on the radar since we came in. Many people have mentioned him. And the opportunity arose because of injuries to other people and unavailability of other people. And it's for the future. As I said, I have a squad set for the World Cup qualifiers. I have a squad set, obviously moving on to the Gold Cup.
People, you hear that? The coach said he has a squad set going for the Gold Cup and going for the World Cup. So the coach is saying right now, him know him squad. So this is where I'm saying that this is where people need to come now. Bro, the Unity Cup, a lot of these players, if they don't play well and they get a chance, they're not getting a call back. The Unity Cup is going to be a lot of players' grave, bro, unless they move on to bigger clubs. Let's say you go to Unity Cup and you give a Richard King some playing time in play and flop. He ain't coming back. You give a Javon E some time to play and you don't get nothing. The coach is not going to call him back. But we not have no problem with that. Javon East, the last time I think Javon East really started a game for Jamaica, him rustle down a man and score a goal and got Jamaica that victory. I think that might be down there in Saudi Arabia, where Jamaica, Ravel just joined the team around that time, and he did pull off that. Very strong player. Seems to go down there in Costa Rica all the time and get those goals even when he's in the forgettable land, Costa Rica. You see me, I said Jamaican people now say, oh, man, no, Costa Rica play. Or the diaspora. Yeah, the diaspora now say, oh, Costa Rica, Java. I just recently big up my like Tennessee Lewis. I think Tennessee Lewis kind of I'll give it a sauce on that but Tennessee Lewis really was the one who enlightened a lot of people about that player. Him just use a psychological move and build up a buzz on Javon East. I think Tennessee Lewis come on and say, like, what? Javon East in a good form, man. JT, why make Javon East can't play? And then when Tennessee asked that, then a couple people start to think about it like, as a matter of fact, why can't Javon East play? But that's the power that some caller get on YouTube as well. Because you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you. That's why I say, people, when I drop the thing, you feel free to call into the show. Feel free to be a part of the family. I know everybody is on YouTube, but we meet some real people on YouTube. Right now, somebody where we meet on the channel here, we have like what? This summer, two of the biggest songs them. We probably go have one of the number one song in a dance hall in a few weeks. Where we just like produce off of just meeting somebody here. Somebody has said, JT, me never know say that to the dog. Boom, link me. Yo, see an artist here. Don't till we run into the right artists them. Okay, you could just make artists this song, but no, it's some other artists. So it's a lot of different moves, people. So we just like to keep it 100 with people. And we just come up here and chop it up. It's not gonna be perfect every day. But we big up the people that we meet on YouTube and we meet in space. Big deal Leng them, Sherman, Scott them to Max City them, Chorus them, J Ross. We and J Ross them are come from. I'm sorry, people. We have to tell some people this. We and J Ross them are come from YouTube. I think we're some of the first set of, I think, YouTube commenters. But in them YouTube space are from Simon Preston days, bro. Where we're just waiting for Simon Preston to drop something. Alex was one of them too. Alex used to be on Simon's live when Simon just started on Instagram, because Simon used to go live on his channel, then go live on Instagram. Bro, that's how much we wanted to ask about Jamaica football. We had no information. No information in time there. It's like a whole new world up. Now we can get live everyday information on Jamaica football. Almost.
Gives me an opportunity or somebody who's young and fresh who should be in the squad. I've given them opportunity. Also, when I look at the JPL players, the local players, I certainly think that, you know, when you look a year ago, how many local players were in the squad and in the Copa squad, I think there was either 0 or 1 local player. And I think because of the local camp, 10 JPL players, St. Vincent squad, 10 in the Unity, and you know, a certain amount also in the World Cup qualifiers that I've looked at that. So in the months that I've been in the job, I'm learning. I'm learning about the culture. I'm learning about how Jamaica works, how the JFF works, and you know, along that period and along.
Here, man, say when I learn how the JFF work, you think the JFF work a regular 9 to 5 work? You think the JFF work a regular 9 to 5 work? Trust me. Yeah, man, say I learn the JFF work. To figure out that. Go figure out that. A code word that, you know, man. McLaren realized, say, yo, JFF. Yeah, man, JFF is like, you see what I say? Like you have your car and you you lend your bridge in a car, you need to go to town with your morning. And when you call him and you wake up and your family are ready to go. He's saying just I left watching him, just I drive out of one place. The JFF will do you that. And have you turn up and wait at the roadside till then pop up. Straight up. Me I tell you that. I study JF, you know, you're bridging in your car, and if you drop you out 69 man, because you say I cut go at all. The dog I say, me just a jump out of one place to watch in a dog. I will me take my suit in that. Your business mash up. McLaren just start to really find that out. That JFF, you're gonna be sometimes you have to go drive the car on spare tire. But that's what McLaren, I don't think McLaren is a man afraid to drive it on spare tire. Maybe say McLaren will drive you up on the rim. Yeah, him look like that kind of player. Him look like that kind of coach where we say, no matter the problems with the JFF them come with, I'm still gonna keep pushing what I want to get done with this team. And you need that in a coach. I think the JFF would have affected Hal Grimsey a bit more. Hal Grimsey was a little bit more cultural, I would say culturally emotional. I don't know if that's a word, but I think we could work with it. He was culturally emotional. I say that in the sense where I think he spoke about Icelandic culture. People, yeah. I was on the WhatsApp. I was on our the WhatsApp group, and we were on this live on this audio talk thing. One Saturday morning, one Saturday night or something, early morning, I run into Jaime Hallgrim's son on the street in Copenhagen. How crazy that is. His son, one of his sons, I think his son said to me that Hallgrim's thinks that he has to force Jamaicans to play defense. They didn't want to defend. That was also one of his main reasons. One of his problems he had. I heard this from Hallgrim's son. Because he think he was telling me something cool. Like, yeah, you Jamaicans did, but they didn't want to. I said, but your dad was failed. He's like, yeah, but they didn't want to defend though. He was trying to teach him how to defend. Like the way he was saying it is like Jamaicans don't really think defending is a part of the game too much. But I said, Hallgrim's thinks the opposite. He thinks that defending is gonna win you a trophy. So that's what I meant when I said Hallgrim's was a bit more emotionally and culturally aware or culturally sensitive in a way.
That road, you know, we've made mistakes and we've had disappointments. That is normal. I'm building towards a squad for the last three camps, World Cup qualifiers that can qualify for World Cup. So I need to give as many people an opportunity as possible, not just in the UK, not just abroad, but also local players. So that's my thinking behind everything.
And people, let's not skip over Brandon Covers, people. Let's not skip over Brandon Covers. Yeah, a few people been ringing Brandon Covers. Cataract gets some credit. Cataract gets some credit. We have some people for call today, no. Hit the like button, you know. We can't call anybody today, no, people. We not call none of the bad dog them yet. May I tell you, like we have a lot of people we can call today. We need to drop the number in the comment section. The show just start. 57 minutes gone. We've there 200 likes already. 230 are we there watching squad drop. Come on, people. That tell me that you're not hitting the like button, fam. You're not hitting the like button. Bro, the like button is crucial to the show. Can't make the show drive on spare. Where you say the credit, no, I don't know. Yeah, we have to give the credit enough. We have to give credit to Cataract, bro. Cataract was a guy who never leave out Brandon Covers for time discussion. Brandon Covers. Cataract is going to say Brandon Covers. Kid, why they don't bring him in? Taylor, I mean, why they don't bring, look at that. Delano Splash. That's Cataract. That's Cataract. Big up yourself, Cataract. Anyway, they get credit on that one. Give credit on that one. Because people, I know you guys watch I know you guys watch a lot of shows, right? But this is a powerful show, you know. This is a powerful show, people. This is a powerful show. I'm telling you. More time people like me and I say, JT, at them channel you have to depend. Right now, if you put you up against them people, I mean, I say, bro, if we're gonna do that, we're gonna do that. Our channel's success is based on our national team as well. Whether the team go through or they fail, we still could make content. But it wouldn't be fun for me as a Jamaican supporter who stumbled into this YouTube space where we get to meet a lot of cool people who love football, Jamaican football, just like we do. So our success is almost, and that's a sad thing to say, but that's just our success in the capacity of our talking sports. We all do other things in our lives, but we want Jamaica to move on. We need Jamaica to kick on. Lincoln, boss, you have to go join later too, you know, my boss. Yo, Nikolai James, bless up yourself. You have to join the show later. We have a couple, I think we could, bro, today we can't have anybody on today. But anybody on, Presser called me earlier. I know say Presser want to chop up the squad. After we listen to the squad, listen to the coach's final remarks or the questions we ask the coach, we jump into the next segment. But yeah, we have to go through it like this, people. Bro, it's one of them ads where I can't skip off one Danish ads.
Okay, Jason, appreciate that. Gregory Bryce, good morning. Go ahead, Gregory.
Hi, good morning. I'm Gregory Bryce from the Jamaica Gleaner.
Hi, Gregory.
Good morning, Coach. You've spoken extensively about the players who will not be available for one reason or another, as well as giving these other players the opportunity to come into the team. Now, with that in mind, what do you consider the parameters for success from this Unity Cup? What will you be looking for, and how will you gauge on the success of these players based on their results?
Again, I'm looking for progress from the JPL players that we're picking. I'm looking for progress from them. I've seen them play on the island. I've seen them play in the local camp against Trinidad. We want to see them, how they travel, how they cope with the travel, the jet lag, and the long distances that they have to endure if they want to be international players. And it's a progression on the, are they building?
Big up yourself, Lee. Caris, big up yourself.
When we're putting them up against tougher opposition, which this will be for many of them. So we're just looking to build on other players. It's an opportunity for the likes of Burrell, for the likes of East coming back in and Cover coming back in.
Yeah, so let's touch on Burrell quickly. Striker out of Albion. He had his passport for a while sitting on. He finally gets an opportunity. Big up yourself in the building, Brain Drain. Brain Drain them just always come like off a show. Big up yourself, my boss. So Burrell, yeah, he's a player at Albion. He's having a good season based on the stats that we see. We can't sit here and pretend that we were watching this kid. I'm just happy that Jamaica have now found another striker who can compete with Pusha Warner Brown and Pusha Shamar Nichols, and make Antonio has to push to come back in the team. So then you have four good strikers pushing each other to get the starting job. As of right now, for me, Warner Brown is Jamaican starting striker. Warner Brown is the starting striker for Jamaica for me. He starts that game. Kaheem Dixon on the right, Ronaldo Cephas on the left, Jonathan Russell, Isaac Hayden sitting in the middle of the park right there with Casey Palmer. Those are my attacking players. Middle three, Isaac Hayden, Jonathan Russell, Casey Palmer. Right wing, Kaheem Dixon. Left wing, Ronaldo Cephas, striker. Warner Brown, center back, Mason Holgate, Richard King. Right back, Dexter Lambekisa. Left back, Omari Bell. That's your Jamaica starting 11. Got a lot. People got a lot to prove coming off the bench. What position is Bro, let's say a Brandon Covers comes in at the right back position and challenges a Dexter Lambekisa, because he has played right back at Leicester at the youth level. Seen him play the right back position. He's not just your tracking type of. He's more kind of like a Trent Alexander kind of right back. Can move the ball down the field. Not as fast as Trent. Maybe don't have the big passes. but he has vision to make the pass. He's not just a right back like Dexter who just gets up and down the park. So Brandon covers Holgate. I think he's gonna want to be the tough guy in England, and I hope he doesn't overreact because he looks like he has the potential to get carried away. Mason Colgate, please brush your teeth before the game. We don't want no gingivitis on the field. All right? We don't want no gingivitis on the field. So please come out there and don't be a Damian Lowe. Because I did say that when Mason Holgate joined Jamaica, I say he's a kamikaze drone. Go back and watch some of those games from Everton. He jumps into tackle, kamikaze drone, boom, dives in there. The problem is they didn't have VAR back then. They're not going to have VAR in these games. But I wouldn't be surprised if when Mason Holgate's coming to another official game, I think that won't be his first red card for Jamaica. He's a player who loses his head as well. But guess what? He wants to make a point. He has been out of football since May 6th. He wants to play. He wants to play. So he's coming in to prove a point. Casey Palmer, he needs football under his belt. So there's a lot to play for. Casey Palmer didn't get called the last window.
I'm really excited about the boy Hutchinson at the Cavaliers. I've wanted to pick him from the very beginning. Always seems to be injured.
Busy Hutchinson. Yeah, the coach said, always seems to be injured. We said that the other day. And this is why I said the coach sounds like he's learning the players. Busy Hutchinson. We said that on the last show. Busy Hutchinson has that knee injury. He doesn't want to get it fixed. For me, Busy Hutchinson hasn't showed up in a big game yet. Every time they say busy, busy, busy. When we look at the unknown number, nothing now come through me. I say, how I call me private? They must say not busy. Me nah see it, bro. Me nah see it. Busy Inter Miami. First leg, second leg. Loss. Got one opportunity in that first leg Inter Miami game. Dash. Cartel. You see what I said? The one does like him just kick it way up in the stand. Second leg, we say Busy need to step up for Cavaliers. In the JPL, he always does seems to pop up in these random positions and get goals. Can he repeat that against Trinidad? Or will he get enough? So Brandon covers, and he said there's one slot open for someone to get their passport. So it's either Mothersill or it cannot be Tyrese Campbell because he has finals. So it's either Mothersill or Louis Baker. Actually, no. It's not Paper. He said something about Paper signing off. I think it's January or Johnson because I think an application, as far as my intel, an application for his for his, it's not the similar. I don't know if it's the same switch. They didn't say it was like they say that Mason Greenwood switched over to play for Jamaica. It was another word used, but it's that kind of process is taking place with Johnson because they say he played for England, for Netherlands at the youth level. So him playing for Netherlands at the youth level then attached him. This is why people don't understand that Omari Hutchinson can't just leave England U21 and just start playing for Jamaica tomorrow. Talks has to be had. Papers have to be signed. Bomb Sports, Casey Palmer was in the squad last. He pulled out due to injury. I was just talking about the squad that actually showed up. I didn't see him there. Because for me in that squad, and listen, when you get dropped out of the squad, in a football, or if I injury, a drop, you get dropped. Because you're not bound to get back your game in a football.
At the wrong time. Watched him in the semi-finals the other night in the game. And he's someone who I've wanted to give an opportunity for a while, so he comes in. So I'm not saying I'm experimenting, I'm just giving lots of people opportunities.
All right, thank you very much, Bryce. Mr. Taylor, good morning, sir. Go ahead. And as you can see, thank you very much for bearing with us with the internet connections. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, can you hear
Simon
me? Simon?
Please go ahead
Yes.
with the question. Go ahead with
All
your
right, and you could hear me, right, Coach? Yo, Simon
we've
said,
made
yo,
mistakes.
bro, Simon.
We've had disappointments.
Simon, make sure I say, yo, Mr. Taylor, yeah, the audio is shaky. Simon, make sure I tell me say the audio is shaky, man, because Simon says only one question because in the Simon said, I think so we are gonna fire off by the coach. Simon said one
That is
question.
normal. I'm building towards a squad for the last 3 camps, World Cup qualifiers that can qualify for World Cup. So I need to give as many people an opportunity as possible, not just in the UK, not just abroad, but also local players. So that's my thinking behind everything.
Okay, Jason, appreciate that. Gregory Bryce, good morning. Go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, Gregory, man.
I've wanted to pick him from the very beginning. Always seems to be injured at the wrong
vision.
time. Watched him in the semi-finals the other night in the game, and you know, he's someone who I've wanted to give an opportunity for a while. So he comes in. So I'm not saying I'm experimenting. I'm just giving lots of people opportunities.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bryce.
Yes, Simon.
Mr. Taylor, good morning, sir. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Simon.
And as you can see, of course, thank you very much for bearing with us with the internet connections. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, can you hear me, Simon?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Question. Go ahead with
All
your
right, and you could hear me, right, Coach?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, perfect, Coach, because we have to hear each other on this one. So, Coach J. Taylor here, and this question that I have is a lot of fans. This is what's going on in the fan base. When it comes on to this specific player, I don't know if you know the history of Jamaican football. We're not going to go into it, but we had players like Walter Boyd, Jermaine Yu, Tuffy Anderson. These 3 players had one thing in common. They were some of the best players in their position, but they weren't able to make the national team. No, we have a player in Ravel Morrison, who is a fan favorite in Jamaica.
There's a load of
And he hasn't even been in the 60-man squad. The fans have been waiting for him to get a club. We know it's a lower division club, but he has 21 goal contribution, coach's player of the year. No, it's a lower league. Coach, what do you say to the fans who thinks there's a petition out as well for the player to get back in the team? What do you say to the fans who thinks you have a personal vendetta against the player? He hasn't got like to play.
So,
Is it that people?
you're interested in being a product manager?
Vendetta was the word where I had to put a word in there that gives some punch to get him to answer, because he hasn't been answering for a while. So I said today, the most thing is I need to get him to answer today, and we got him to answer. You see what I say? Because that's why I had to use an impact word at the end, vendetta. It's you know, it's a heavy word, but we got an answer today, and I'm gonna tell you how I feel after the answer.
I love Ravel. I worked with him for a year in Derby County, and I loved him as a personality, as a player. Fantastic, and there would be nothing better for me than to be able to pick Ravel at the top of his game. Everybody, it's not about the past. So you can't live in the past, and we're living in the now, and we're living in the future. And when I look around at the players, and the first thing I say is, okay, what league are they playing in? What is the quality of football that they're playing in? So that standard dictates where that player is at that present moment. Now, Ravel at that present moment, and I've spoke to Ravel, I spoke in the summer when we called him up, in the winter, sorry, when we called him up for the US game, just to get him involved and see his smile again and get him playing on the field. And I said to him then, you know, we need you playing in a tough competition where you can get up to the standard, where you're demonstrating week after week. Now, the Dubai 3rd division is not of that standard. There is no way that I can even watch him on video. There's no way I can see him because Y Scout or whatever
Yeah, but that's where Simon Preston could have just sent the coach the link for the game, where he could have just it's about what $6 or $7 to watch a game. And you could have look at the player. You could have bring him into the Unity Cup still, just to see if he's any good. But it was we listed some more.
Not have footage, so therefore I don't know. I know the level because I've seen the level. I don't know his but I've said, and I spoke to him before, and I spoke to his agent. You know, the requirement is to play at a higher level to demonstrate playing at that level, and then giving opportunity for him if he is at that level and can perform at that level. And unfortunately, that has not been demonstrated. So therefore, I can't live in the past. I'd love to, and believe you me, there is nothing against Ravel. Me and Ravel get on really well, but I've got to be honest with him, and I've got to be honest with everybody, and say that it's about the now and where you're playing and what standard you're playing at now. And I've said, and I repeated to his agent yesterday, that with his ability, he should be playing top football. And at the present moment, he's playing in Dubai, 3rd division, which is not top football. And then you can demonstrate in the football all the year, and then playing at a certain level. Of course, who wouldn't have Ravel Morrison in the squad playing as Ravel Morrison can? And unfortunately, I haven't seen that because I can't see any of the games that he's playing.
Thank you, JT.
Okay, so the coach used the league here as a outlet. He got a jump off rail there, where the league. I have to be honest, people. I have to be honest. Taking a second look at it again. 3rd division, UAE. But I just feel like it's a starting point for Ravel, though. However, I did say on the show that they said before that he needs to at least try to get the League One or the championship. But Ravel just needed to play football. And I think Ravel knows he needs to get back into Europe. But no, why I'm okay with the coach's answer is, if Ravel moves to another club, we don't want to hear another excuse. And it's on Ravel. In that case, to look at it, the coach is saying 3rd division. That's not where we're trying to go right now. Do we want the player? I want the player. Pushing hard for Ravel. But if the coach is saying that this is 3rd division, Ravel needs to move to a better club, I have to go with that. You know what I mean? He has to move to a better club. And Ravel know that. I think Ravel just needed to play football. But the coach also outlined it like the JPL. So here is Cranky, because nobody else, I think T got come ask one question. I mean, even know what I'm talking about after that. Cranky had to come in and back up and deliver the blow. We hear what the coach
Appreciate
has
that.
said.
T-Gut, go ahead. Good morning. You're unmuted.
Yes. Good morning. Are you hearing me, Simon?
Yes, please go ahead with your question.
Good morning. Good morning, Simon. Good morning, Coach. I just need to do a follow-up on what you said a while ago. I just need a more explanation. You said you have a team that you're going to work towards to the World Cup, right? Can you just explain this? Because you have a team here, and then it's like, to me, you have 2 teams working with. So can you just elaborate on the team that you have it for the World Cup and this team that you picked for the Unity squad? Can you...
T-Gut, no.
The gist of...
Just like we need to one name, like when we have press conference. You know, like what they used to have Donkey at the day upon Breakfast Club. J.S. Laguna get it for the last press conference, but J.S. Laguna come get the best question for this press conference tonight. T-Gut get, I don't know, people. We have to give one name we're going to give people them. We need a name. T-Gut get a name that today. T-Gut get the ball boy today. T-Gut a ball boy today, people. He got get ball boy today. Run go pick up a ball on a flag this man and sit down back on the thing and say that goal. And watch your face to make kick your ball in your face. He got get ball boy today. You know what I mean? Going to press conference. Send him run and yo. Tell the ball boy them. I say you give ball boy instruction, you know. This old man I run for and cross the field. To point out the ball boy. Ball boy them always have on some little vest, you know, man. They vest bigger than them, you know. Always have on some vest. You know, look at ball boy them. You get ball boy of the day, T-Got. We not like, grow on this, pick up that. I'm on the ball catching your face. Yeah, you can't go. Him go ask the coach. He not even remember if he say Unity Cup.
That's Gaffer?
Yeah, but I think I've answered that in the previous questions all the way through. It's been the Unity Cup team. And is it the ideal, strongest squad? No, because we're missing many players through injury. Can't pick the North American players and the UK players and the Saudi players who have had a long, tough season and just finished. Well, they're not even finished yet. So I would love this tournament, Unity Cup, to be a week later and be able to pick the squad that I want to pick for the World Cup qualifiers and the Gold Cup, but that's not been possible. So I've had to put a squad together which is balanced with experience, UK players, which gives opportunity to JPL players and also players who have maybe played in the past who were given another opportunity. So I think my hands have been tied into this Unity Cup. The main reason and the number one reason that it seemed a good idea at the time was because of the supporters going to London, giving, you know, the people of Jamaica who live in London an opportunity.
Yeah, man, ball boy of the day, man.
Because
ball boy of the match, you know?
Get the kids involved. And just, you know, where is the heritage from? Here's our football team, who many admire on the island, but not had the opportunity to see off the island. So, it's been very difficult this period when we're looking at 3 different camps and trying to pick the players and the strongest squads that I possibly can to compete in every camp. This one's going to be a tough one.
Got to be powderful. Instant volume, fuller, natural hair for whoever you want to be.
Thanks very much, T-Got. Mr. Spence?
Okay, Sula Makala added to the squad. Hey, man, tell your brother. So they need one more player.
You can unmute and go ahead. I know you joined in later, but due to the quality of the internet connection, one question for this morning. Go ahead, Mr. Spence. Bertram Spence.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Spence, yes.
Coach, you gave an explanation. I apologize, I'm at the airport. You gave an explanation, Coach, as to why Ravel Morrison was excluded from.
Yo, big up yourself, Cranky. Yo, me just feel like Cranky always there at the airport. Jesus Christ. Now we big up Cranky. Always there at the airport. Every time, I feel like every time them call Cranky. Just hop off of a flight. Big up yourself, Cranky. Flight mileage up. Flight mileage up. Yeah, man. First class. Big up yourself. Yeah, that was every time. I don't know if I'm me alone see it, people. Every time me and Frankie Cranky on a show. Always I catch a flight. But yo, what I respect with Cranky here is Cranky saw the opportunity and know say, yo, me can't just make the coach escape like that. Cranky I said, no, me can't make him escape like that. T-Got come ball boy. Me ball lick him in his face. But T-Got just run come in. Me don't know what, you know what I mean? Me I expect T-Got them. We did out pan the field, say them a play CDM. T-Got, come on, bro. Yeah, leak, dog. Yo, pick up them ball. Yo, put the ball in the net. Can you know them back there? Put them and get the bib them. Get the bib them and get the bib them back out there so we can get them to the laundromat. for training tomorrow. All right. Let's get the bibs and head over next to the canteen.
Your squad. But when I do my shows, 99% of the audience who are following, vigilant fans, follow the program religiously, have a view that regardless of where Rebel is playing, given the level of the JPL, it can't be worse than the JPL. And therefore, give me a skill set which are unique, which currently we don't have in the team. Someone who's composed on the ball, someone who can create space, someone who has some ingenuity and qualities which are devoid of the team. They find it really challenging and difficult to understand why he wouldn't be in the 60-man squad, much less your final 23 or 26-man squad.
Yeah, it's tough making decisions. That's my job. And, I'm not excluding Ravel from the squad because he's not been in the squad since I've been here or long before that. And as I said, for 2 years, let's not. And I totally agree. How you describe Ravel Morrison is exactly how I would describe Ravel Morrison. Do I see that now? No, I don't see that now because it's not demonstrated to be now, and he's not playing in the league and the JPL. Playing in the Dubai League is totally different than playing in the JPL. It's not the standard of that. The JPL is equivalent of what we play in the Caribbean, and so therefore they can adapt to that type of football. But basically, I apologize to everybody that I can't pick him purely because.
Like, bro, you're evil, you know that. Yo, new thing, you're evil, you know, bro. The evil, bro. You're evil. Clean up your soul, dog. Clean up your heart.
I haven't seen him, and I don't know what level of quality or fitness he is. I knew what he was 2 years ago, 3 years ago when I was at Derby working with him, but that's a long time. And Ravel Morrison, as I know him, should. And if clubs identified him and described him as you did, you would sign him for your club in a higher league, in a better competition. And unfortunately, he's not. And I've said that to his agent. I've said that to his player. Get back to the UK. Get back into Europe. Get back into a top division, a top team where we can see you week in, week out, where you can demonstrate what you can do at the level which is appropriate to what we're going into, which is World Cup qualifiers. And as you know, and I've certainly learned over the last 8 months, is that the football in the Caribbean is tough, hard, and totally different to anything in Europe, and also anything that might be in Asia.
Thank you, Mr. Spence. Robert, good afternoon now. Go ahead, Robert. Your hand was raised.
That was it, people.
Hey, Simon, can I just one follow-up, Simon? I apologize.
No, I'm sorry, Cranky. Based on the quality of coaches.
Yo, look how much Cranky use our reverse psychology and get the next question. Cranky say, one more question, Simon, I apologize. That is showing gratitude matched with a question. That's a very crucial way into getting what you want. That was very psychological there, Cranky. He says, one more question, Simon, I'm sorry. Say add that. So you're showing compassion and also being humble enough to let Simon know that he's the host. That was very strategic. Didn't work though. Simon was not having it. Simon, no, I'm gonna make we better bruise the coach whole even. So Simon say, yeah, what? Well, we'll cut it off, Cranky. So maybe just call back a few of them people because we're over the hour mark now. We should at least get 200 likes on the video. Let's see, what did I call me? Leave call the shot there. Say me can call Lincoln, boss. Cause Lincoln them only pop out when the squad drop, you know. Me know say ball I play a drop leather, you know. Alvas Powell. No, Peter Lee Vassal. Me will Lincoln I say. Patrick say, yeah, guys, Morris need to play JPL. I don't need to play no JPL, bro. Madness, Lincoln boss, the squad drop. Come, you know, say you only pop out when squad drop, you know, bro.
Oh, go on.
You're there. You see squad? You see squad?
No, I'm not see a team yet. I'm not looking.
Bro, come on. Oh, okay. You're busy.
I want a team job.
Today.
Man, I told me that I get ready. I get ready to go training, man. But if I'm over here to practice, I do to speak.
Okay, all right. We catch up then, Zin.
Yeah, man, we have catch up, man. Cause yeah, man, I'm kind of busy right now. I practice.
All right. Cool. Me see LinkedIn in the me see him in the comment section. The man only pop out when the squad drop. We never come from far to on YouTube. Enough nights on YouTube where they are clot it. Talk football. So people, as me telling you, I don't really have much problem with this squad. Yeah, I'm not really see too much problem with this squad still. Yeah, me know so we got about T-Got. You get ball boy idea, man. Yeah, you know them have donkey at the day. Yeah, me get ball boy idea, man. Your question in I think you're a big striker, man. Your question in the press conference, see? You know come like over there on the field. Yeah.
You want to question? What's the question?
Tennessee them there. No tell Tennessee, you know tell him one question, so. Tell him one question, so.
Coach, before you allow somebody, I'm not invite somebody else. Yeah, let me squad the tournament with Nigeria and other teams, right? Huh?
Yeah, me not really. Yeah, they do, but me not really keep up on the other team them still.
No, I'm not the other team. I'm not the Jamaica name the squad.
Okay, I wish Betty did that, man.
I think that's
somebody kind of.
I think that's the debut to Ghana in that tournament.
Brother, I tell you the squad job, Paul. You know, so you have to know anything there before you jump on, man. Punish you, man.
Yeah, man.
No, you actually take out our next program and
oh, crap. Guess what? You're attached to our next number. We made that call. Jump off, man. You can jump. No problem. All right.
And yet, you know, I'm not too much problem with this squad.
Bro, I love his squad, bro. But actually, see, as before you come.
JT.
Yeah.
JT, they send me a ball boy for the day. Only need to explain. How long with my question?
You listen to the press conference, Fisherman and Tennessee?
No, you don't know what it.
Fisherman, you listen to press conference?
You alone listen to.
People, read the comment section. People not tell T-Got how his question was in the press conference.
No, but you can't read the comments.
Okay, no. So T-Got, we expect that you're gonna follow up with another question where a bit more hard hitting. Like yesterday, Jason Guna, the last press conference, Jason Guna got ball boy of the day. Today, Jason.
No, I'm not about last conference. We're dealing with this.
Today, Jason Guna get top striker. No, T-Got, the question was just weak. Like it's not memorable. We don't know where you ask.
Somebody used to get ball boy.
The reason why you get ball boy T-Got is because we listen. T-Got is because we have a higher expectation of you.
All right, JT. The question that I asked, the coach said he has his World Cup side. That's what the coach is. I'm the coach. He said he has his World Cup side. Please explain to me, because everybody will pick a side. You're supposed to have one team. So who picking this side for you? Because you pick up side, so who picking this side for you? Why are you going with this side if this is not your team? You said to the people that you have your World Cup team. That means when the World Cup comes in June, you're going to see a different set of players. And when World Cup comes, you're going to see a different set of players. So how can we get chemistry where every time a competition I got played, you're going to different team playing. How can the team get chemistry? Which country does that, JT? That's the question I asked the coach. You say you have your World Cup team. Explain to me.
Ever did say you ask the coach? Ever did say you ask the coach?
That's what I asked the coach. Yes, that's what I asked the coach.
If that's what you asked.
Explain to me. Why? Explain to me. Explain
but
to me.
You didn't ask the coach. You didn't ask the coach. You didn't ask the coach in that way, bro.
Yeah, but that was what I was going. Don't tell me that. Now ask the coach to explain to me what when you say you have the World Cup.
All right, so Max City says Tigat. Max City says if you have to explain your question, it wasn't a good question.
But brother, what me and Tigat said that today. I mean I tell Tigat, I see a couple players in my going that.
No, but Neil, it's not the same to the players. The coach have been World Cup squad. That means that means he has a set of players we have to play with. So no matter who in pick now, so no matter who in the Unity Cup, no matter who in the World Cup, we have a set of players already. So no matter give me no more players. And that's what I said to you in essence. So what they said is this. So what is who's picking these Neil, the question is God. Who is picking these teams? Who is picking these sides? If you have a World Cup squad, and you're a World Cup squad on the show point and World Cup qualification, who pick the money? No, it's a player on the edge, but the can't go on. Yeah, all right. Yeah, the same. It can't be the same to that man. It cannot be the same to that man. You are thinking the same to that man. The coach is not the same to that man. The coach is not the World Cup team. But guess what? It's a flavor on the head. But when it's the 15 people, I same thing Jason Boda said that. Jason Boda said that. You pick the Brandon Covers to come play Unity Cup, but yet the Brandon Covers can't get that 60 man.
No.
So you have 60 man. Hold on. So you have 60 man. A player is missing. Because we are trying to get that Unity Cup and they can't play. And you pick 60 man, and out of the 60 man you pick, you could pick a next man to come in at 26. You have to pick a Brandon Covers. People don't look and understand what is going on. And Brandon Covers didn't make a 60 man squad, but yesterday he can make a Unity Cup 26. And if you said that a player where you want out of this Unity Cup is missing, you couldn't look in a 60 man and pick out one of them. That's what you're telling me. You can't play a 60 man squad. You're going to pick out a different man out of the 60 man squad. So pick a 60 man squad then.
I don't think you can.
I think Tigat just a confused. Tigat just a confused himself.
Yeah, because we already know who's going to they might know that them things. Well, then a World Cup squad.
Yeah, bro. And we expected this. Look on it. Players we wanted to play so we can see if they might go play. John Russell. We want to see John Russell go play. Yeah, bless up yourself, Travis. We want to see Kaim Dixon play. We want to see Warner Brown again. We want, you see me I say? So, we want to see them. No, we want to see them play. A lot of people say, Dixon, if we get more playing time,
but this again, we give players opportunity. Man,
exactly. And players like Dixon.
Yeah, we team already.
Yeah.
So when nice, man, come nice. How a nice balance squad is.
And guess what? A player like Dixon can end up dropping out of the squad if he play and not play good.
Yep.
Big man thing.
No, but but JT, to be fair to Dixon, when I now play at the highest level, yet and then play for the national team, he always do something.
No. Travis. You know who are Dixon's number one fan already.
We understand that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
We know about more than papers and everything. But instead of JT, it's good when we have headache and we team pick.
No, that's good. But me just tell you, Dixon is a player when me rate. But to the direction, when I see the squad I go, because remember, I one more spot I go left for a winger behind Leon Bailey, So him and Tyrese Campbell, Tyrese Campbell have go fight out for the right hand side there. Tyrese Campbell and Norman Campbell. I've got fight for that spot there. So think about who you have picked him, Travis, to back up Leon Bailey. Norman Campbell, Tyrese Campbell, Norman Campbell, Tyrese Campbell, or Kaim Dixon?
Yeah.
Who
That's
you
when it
pick?
look like Norman Cameron in our World Cup squad already, you know. For your senior get called on this, you know, someone in our World Cup squad.
I told the 25th the league I done here.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 days
But
before.
and the 21 man they pick first, because they are Sule, I don't make me 22.
Yeah. 2 player message. JT, from what I get from the coach, he like Mother Seal. Yeah, man, Mother Seal is either Mother Seal or Louis B. No, I think a General Johnson them a wait pan. Because I heard that they tried to get the changeover from the Dutch FA.
JT, a long time here about General Johnson, you know.
I know that.
Couple years well.
I know that player look like him. Committee.
I tell you that long time here about him.
He look like he's a good upcoming.
Yeah, man. Imagine an 18-year-old in a Jamaica side get a whole Gold Cup and as a backup to Isaac Hayden. If Isaac Hayden break down, you have a fresh 19-year-old who nail down the position.
So, General Johnson is a CDM like Isaac?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
And a right age, that man.
Yeah, and he might play centre back this season as well.
Yeah, but normally CDMs can play centre back, you know, vice versa.
Yeah.
So, and the centre back will help develop him toughness.
I know so I play them daily. I just feel like that one is a good pick up.
Yeah, I think it's the best. It's the best catch. You see, can you see Ajax? That's what I tell people. You see Ajax, when you start move Ajax above your age, you have a high ceiling to get a big move.
Ceiling, yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. And just and
when a long time here about him in Tennessee and Jamaica.
Yeah.
Long time here about him.
The people them say peso peso sound happy today.
No man, JT, a good squad. That was a June 10 with their stadium, you know, brother. So I don't really care about this time. I just want man to get some game time. A June 10 and 6 care about you, brother.
Yeah.
And that's more important to me.
It's a good game.
Javan
East get the call up.
Yeah, in deserve it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be favorite, but he deserve it.
I feel that one there, no, Tennessee. We don't give you credit, you know. I feel that one there, no.
Yeah, man, because no, but JT, remember say farm when they find remember too from a scoring goal again, brother.
Yeah. You see, too long when you go to Costa Rica, him kind of get out of sight, out of mind.
I do.
That's really
no, man, you don't spend that in Costa Rica.
No,
man never
Travis, and that way I say, man, that way I say, Travis, he was doing well there, but through them not feed. They not see.
Anyone in Central American side except Mexico and
yeah, he would have make all Honduras on inside the easy.
Yeah, man, I feel like he make anyone in team.
Yeah, in that make a lot of teams in a Concacaf other than the Big Four.
Other than the Big Four.
But you know, JT and Tennis, we feel you know, East not get no forward like all Corey, them get more opportunity more East, you know.
Yeah, man.
East is a better goal scorer.
And you know what we love now? As me say, this is a game that them game I go stretch Warner Brown them. Because Warner Brown now I go have a striker from Albion who wants to prove himself for Jamaica and also prove himself if a scout watching because he's having a good season based on him stats. Me now watch him play, but based on him stats.
I heard that ready release to me now. I mean, I look more than goalkeeper.
But Travis, we are talking about something else in there. You can't just jump off on something else, all right? So what we are saying, Borrell in the starting position in this coming on for a Warner Brown. I expect if Warner Brown is not really giving the coach anything around the 60th minute, we should see a Borrell running out there for Warner Brown.
That was a JT starting level already, man. The biggest starting level.
Yeah, Warner Brown, Steve Foss on the left, Dixon on the right, Miggltree, Isaac Hayden, John Russell, Casey Palmer, wingback, Omari Bell.
You know me that start Hutchinson over Dixon.
No, sir. Dixon start over. I've seen him, man.
Yeah, I seen him. I go senior. And if he say Hutchinson will come on when the coach time make that flurry a change there. 68th minute.
So, JT over back.
Yeah, Richard King and Holgate.
Right back up Dexter, left back Omari. I'm between Omari, Dexter, and Hayden.
You know, say Isaac Hayden made make captain it.
Omari no captain. I'm more caps.
You feel like Omari?
Yeah.
But you know why me that like for him give Isaac Hayden the captaincy? Sometimes it's good when you put the captaincy armband on somebody in the middle of the field where you see everything.
True, JT, yeah.
You know,
I look like Isaac Hayden, that man with top.
Yeah. Him can help. Because when you're a captain too, you know, it make you more alert too, you know, because you're the captain, you know. You tell people if you mark, you tell people if you close down. If you say if you go shoot the captain run a left back, there's a captain can run. I don't know no left back we play captain, brother. Captain
Is that defender or the
a goalkeeper or a striker. You give a hurricane them the armband. But like a can't go give man say Omari Bell. Better you give to Greg Lee then.
Yeah. I mean, there's no problem with this squad.
Yeah. Omari, I number one, you know, Greg Lee left back.
Yeah, which goalkeeper now start? Shaquan Davis to get him shot now.
Shaquan, man.
Yeah,
Shaquan,
chance. Wayne.
JT, you know, between Shaquan and Chambers, you know, so when Chambers just go up Mount Pleasant, he was the number one injury getting a Shaquan come from nowhere and get three diamond.
Okay.
Yeah, telling that Chambers was the number one originally.
Yo, Daniel Green snuck in there.
Yeah, man, he play well, JT, man.
Okay, man. Because he didn't top a bench him the last game.
No, man, top of bunches are riches, man. Top of them smart, you know, so they can do what they do. That's why Mount Pleasant can do that.
So where the coach see?
Come tomorrow, I'm going to do a different squad. I start in Mount Pleasant or you. We can tell you that.
Yeah.
And they are world players.
Remember, I saw Tapa used to do a Jamaican team, man.
I do.
You rotate the team.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't do that in international football.
Yeah, football different.
You left out Robin.
I think the explanation of the coach give me can live with that. Then you see.
Coach say man play at a higher. Coach say use him for man who is say want him at a higher level.
But the coach talk like him rather just get a club of Europe. It's just something you just do right away. So you know, cause that was yeah, they don't pick him. And that's why I say I can accept it. But that's what we wanted when we said we needed an explanation from the coach so we can move on. You see me I say?
You accept it.
Yeah, I accept what the coach says. Well, that's why I say if Ravel get to a better club, though, I don't want to hear the goalpost shift. So I'm being fair.
The coach said they might play around that one place, so that one part there. But him don't know.
I saw in where Ravel are playing, no, we don't know.
This is my picture them if like I want in realistic fans.
Yeah, man, me I start Warner Brown over East Javari. Brother, Warner Brown is the starting striker right now for Jamaica. Oh, we are talking about East. Yeah, we are going to bench the striker we're scoring our last match and let's bring in East from Israel to start over him. Come on, bro. Football no works, man. Football no works, brother. You have to keep continuity. You want to start all the players from the last game we start. And then you start your bench players them within the team. Where they're on the bench, where you know where you have on the bench. Who can change the game for you? You start them and then you start bringing the players them that you need to look at second half. I saw me see the rotation and in the second team now you pick the best 11 out of the whole pool. Based on where you see the last game.
Right now, we think he's on a farm.
Where do you feel like East can score? My question then.
Yeah, we feel like what we notice with Jamaica, when a man hot in a call them when everything kind of cracks down.
When I'm cool down.
Yeah, so right now.
But Tennessee, how them leave Boza? Can Boza the Jamaica chain?
What?
I can't arrest Boza. Tell coach them arrest him, man, sir. I hope when I arrest Boza, them I tell coach them arrest. If this a youth where they in a farm in a League One, go come in now. And let's say Warner Brown score, the youth score second half.
Remember the East night here?
East night. Boza now, I go put himself in a problem because Michael Antonio really want to come back and play for Jamaica very quickly. Because he knows playing for Jamaica is part of his future in the club setting. So that's why Boza did not fear take no days off.
Our Boza club, the league done over Mexico, JD.
Yeah.
About a month, you
know. Jagrian say how many subs are allowed. I think I must probably about 5. Maybe about 5.
Yeah, man, a 5, JP, a 5, man. A 5 in a competition. So a 5.
Right.
Mr. Fisherman, I'm glad with the coach explanation about Ravel.
Yeah, man, but me, I tell you already, say, man, I play around one place, around one part, man. And they
No, let me tell you.
Fisherman, nobody with them.
No, man, you see, it's when he answered JT question, he never give a good explanation. But when Cranky double back, that's when you get the proper explanation, right? And
It's a goal, man. You don't happy with that, man. You see, the buyer plan.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the right love war is a.
Yo, we can't really check me for that. Yo, you don't even know what me I gonna say. Fisherman. When the coach double back, when Cranky double back.
JT, when man
say yeah.
Explain to you, JT. We get it a long time. We never need Cranky. Who's Cranky? Cranky, I got.
Yo,
I'm going to
Cranky. Man, I start coach Cranky for no reason.
Yo, make me bring in post match. Post match. They call away just join. Go ahead, my boss.
Yeah, JT. Up.
Okay, how many of you as post match that?
I'm finished. I'm finished with the last skills. So when the coach give the explanation about and this is a very good explanation. When he said that when Craig brought up the JPL versus where Ravel is, and he said that playing in the JPL is close to what they play in the Caribbean, and they're going to be playing in the World Cup qualifiers, which is in the Concacaf region, and it's easier for the JPL people to adapt to what is happening in the Caribbean, rather than taking someone from way over there to come play. You understand? And then them have to adapt again to what happening in the Caribbean. So me understand from his point of view why he would pick people from the JPL, vis-a-vis saying somebody who is in Dubai. And that is a very, very, very good explanation. You understand?
And he not seen. And he not seen to that one of the party.
Yeah, no, man, I didn't say that far earlier, But the part where I'm saying now about the JPL, which a lot of people are saying the level of the JPL, the high EDA, etc., etc. So that's a very good explanation.
Yeah, man, so we can move on now. All the Ravel fans, we can move on now. We move on to something else. Ravel himself, he want to stay down there, He might take a next season, He want to play next season. I don't say side them, most I side them are outside. You never hear it in the podcast. The man say most I side them not really ready still, That film side should have win the league. And them not win it, then joke it out. But he want to stay around next season. That means you don't want to left from down there. Comfortable down there, man. So we move on past Ravel now and move to something. Where man them then gone?
No, we're there, man. You see what I was saying? You don't move past Ravel. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that.
Somebody new youth that will come in now, man. We put hype on them youth there and see what them make out and see if them can help the team. If they can help the team to move on. Anybody who can help the team, usher them out.
Yeah, but today, Fisherman, anything you got to talk about more, you talk about football and the potentials, all right? We're not doing no war today. What we are going to do? Yeah. All right, we're gonna do it that way. I'll make everybody post match. You may say, more you basically tell me what you think about the squad and what your expectations for the Unity Cup, and we go around in circle. Go ahead, my boss.
You mean no man, I'm not so many names JT, man. I talk man, you feel me?
Okay, oh crap. You did call him for one post match and me just write post match. We never know your name. All right,
bro G man. So it's all my expectations of Unity Cup.
Yeah.
My task on the squad.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the squad still, as me think the coach don't really know the database of the player them as yet, and it's confusing because you're there the country so long, you're coach side, and you're still we are fear making man know say certain players are performing like like him say, him not really look out for your prayer like performing like Brandon covers. I say, you know what I mean? I say, so it's like my thing is though, my thoughts on the squad is just a perfect squad, good squad. I don't feel like if the coach didn't know more player, I feel like say yo, him could have still add more.
Let's say perfect squad. Perfect squad.
No. Just based on the coach knowledge of the players, because he don't know. He don't know a lot of players. You know, he's still getting to formulate his thoughts and a regent of players. So as I say, based on field knowledge, it would be a perfect squad to him. But to me, it's a pretty average squad. I mean, I like the midfield, Isaac Kidd.
But wait, the Kaka, who else out there you would pick? We have to start there because you have to look at the pool, the availability of players. So
availability, right, and the accessibility of players that we have right now. The league still are going on, the Premier League still going on.
Yeah,
I understand that, but same way, bro. You can't.
Who? So tell me a player. Tell me a player.
No, Norman Campbell.
Brother, Norman Campbell League ends the 25th.
The 25th.
And the tournament, this Unity Cup is the 27th.
So JPL in the 20 when JPL Friday the final, bro.
The 23rd.
So it's like the 23rd.
So the JPL players are 4 days.
Okay.
So that's what they did. Damian Lokian left Saudi Arabia.
Oh, they now release them player.
Yeah, the only players that people could have probably said is maybe the coach look at Kevin Lambert. People I know Kevin Lambert is probably not the greatest player, but him and Latibodir had one of the best the last Gold Cup for us. He was very disruptive. He just didn't know what to do with the ball when he got it. You see me? So he maybe could have been a player. When you look around, they say Stachwell, but when the people from the JFF saying Stachwell needs to get a visa to go to England, because as you're still a Jamaican, though you're in Europe. You see me? Anywhere you're in Europe, you need a visa to go to England, and that takes a while. So that's why Stachwell is not there. So me not really know who else would I really pick.
Well, I say, to be honest, still, I'm not go cut him a slack for not including certain players, which I don't really have the knowing about other players. But based on the players that he picked, quite familiar faces from other camps, Isaac Hayden, Mason Oldgate, Omari Bales, etc. So a lot of senior man mixed with a lot of JPL. So it's a nice little squad. It's a nice little squad. But my expectation just for them in this cup is just to formulate, to gel, be cohesive, leading on to the Gold Cup, because the Gold Cup is in Joanne.
Which player have a question mark over where you want to see him start this game? They say that player for our team every time we play.
Boy, I say Daniel Green, in playing at the Premier League, right? Play for more present, right?
Okay, you want to see if him have this stuff?
No, I'm not talking about him, but a player more wants to step up full time now because I feel like the coach. I want to DJ. I say DJ, bro. Like I don't know if because the second tier Premier League not done him. I don't know, but he's performing very quite well. I've been seeing him. He's pretty good. But my question mark is for Casey Palmer. I mean, this youth now is been here for a minute, and more see more dictatorship from him in the midfield. I already see what Isaac didn't do. I'm couple game, 3 games when play for Jamaica. I already see what Isaac can do. And Casey Palmer been here for 2 years. So my question is over Casey Palmer. You understand? So that's him alone when I say, yo, it's a great opportunity for him now to broadcast now what he can really do going forward to the World Cup.
Casey Palmer, I believe so
too.
I believe so too. I believe that Casey Palmer, it's time now. Yeah, he has to really show if he has the stuff now. He must really show, because he hasn't really show us much in the Jamaican outfit.
like he's the real number 8. He hasn't showed us he's the starting number 8. It's question marks over his starting position right now. So
yeah,
just because we don't have better, that's why he's in the starting level, to be honest.
And Bobby Reed got injured at the right time for him, because Bobby Reed was looking like he wanted to play in the midfield the last game.
Right. So going towards the Gold Cup, say a whole heap of man, like, like Fisherman. Fisherman is a patriotic man. He is a man where love local players. Going towards the Gold Cup, how many local players you can be in the team where you say can involved in the 26 or the 22? Most players think out of the box. You feel like we are involved.
Look here. Me love every player we play for the national team. When you hear me talk about players, and me talk about local players, it's not a matter of me want a whole lot of local players in the team. Me just lick out when me hear some man, when they hear local player, it's like them head gone off of them body. And me just come and me just defend them. Me not have a problem if 2 local players in there, 3 local players in there, if we even 1 in there. So long as when them go out there, decide to go out there, them go out there, go do the job. Don't get it twisted, my boss. I get it twisted. Me love every player we come and play. You never hear me come here and tell you say that player they not fit on the side, Me never hear me come here and say that.
But majority of the time when me hear come off and like since like you're anti-England based players that have to attack them. So that's why no only can just go off of me and hear. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's the same thing to a lot of people. But a lot of people too. When me hear them come off, it's like they don't want no local base player of the team. And again, you see me as a man, me come and me tell you about the players them. When me tell you say the players them, me not really have this hype about the players them. When you say as some top class player, me not see it in my book. So when me come across people kinda not like when me say that. Because they want me say yes as some top class player, which me not say that. Me just have with team as some bits and pieces player them. That's how me have it. You see me? So but when them go out there, me I defend them right to the ground. I want them go out there go do well and play them best football and beat any team with them back up in. But me no anti-English players. As me tell you from back in the days, you have a whole lot of English players will come here. The Marlon King, the whole of them players, they will rate them man there. Because stadium go cheer for them man there. So me don't have a problem with them man. Me don't have a nose-worthy, the whole of them man there. Me rate them man there. But when me see some player, when me hear people are rave
like
about
who, you're not calling me.
Most of them were in the squad. They don't have to call out no name. We don't have them as no top class player. The Mikel Antonio, the whole of them. You don't really have them as no top class player. We don't say them as just ordinary players them. Ordinary, and you see it on the field. But some are blind to it. But more on them when them go there.
But it's better than what we have. That's why the people much time make you know say better than what we have currently.
All right, we don't want to go back down that part there. Because you start to them better than and them better than. But when we see it on the field, when they on the field, we not see it. That me
but the man not perform at a higher level, bro. See, of course you can back the fact say you're a better player then. For sure.
Yeah, all right. You ever see people perform for them club, but when they come play for country, them look like a ordinary regular player?
Certainly.
You don't see that all the time?
Certainly, yeah.
For instance, Bailey born and grew at Jamaica, and he's one of the biggest players in the national team. When he come here, come play, how him look? Eh?
Yeah, him look over well.
How him look?
Look over well.
Right. No, for the other, not just him alone.
Yeah, but Bailey can't take pressure, man. Bailey no play under pressure. Bailey not.
But if you okay, I will leave for the other, just him alone. You see, Mikel Antonio want to talk about. How long now Mikel Antonio play for his side? How much goal he scored? And people are finding excuse say him a whole up play and him a strike up to score goal. Eh? I can't find the back line. Eh? So when we give, we try to give one set of player a hard time and then we not give the other set of player. We find excuses some other set of player. We not join that. Me not do that. You know? And as me say, we have this big expectations here some top player we have. Me not see it. I wait for it all now and I can't see it. A regular player them. So we me cheer for them. Well, them a play to represent the country. I want them go out there go do well, and if I make the country move on and progress. But if you ask me, tell me say them a top player, me will tell you no. And I might stand that.
Yeah, JT. So back to the question me ask. Me ask based on the first 26 or the first 23, man. How much JPL that your provision would be in the squad?
In which one of the squad?
Gold Cup leading to us, guys.
No, bro, this Unity Cup, I gotta tell you, which JPL player I gonna make it to the Gold Cup. Yeah, this Unity Cup, that's what it is for me. Jonathan Russell is a player. Everybody has said they want Jonathan Russell. There now is your chance to see Jonathan Russell. If they say Jonathan Russell goes there and flop, we have to just cool off of that for a while, right? You see me? But either way, we want it's if he goes, because you see Jonathan Russell playing slightly at an angle with Isaac Hayden in the middle of the park for Jamaica. He shores us up defensively, but Jonathan Russell is also a player who can push the ball forward by coming up in the midfield. And now our attacking midfielder don't have to be that deep in the middle all the time. So he can affect the wing players. He's closer to the wing players, closer to the striker. That's what's happening. Jamaica, Bobby Reid tried to play next to Isaac Hayden, but Bobby Reid can't really push the play forward. You see me? Bobby Reid can, you see me? Him can defend and so, but Bobby Reid is
defend. Yeah, it's a recovery play, it's not a technical player.
Yeah.
Player can work here, but that's what I say. To be honest, bro, G. When we look on the squad, bro. When we look on the squad is very depleted in technicality players. We don't have a extra Ravel Morrison. You know, we just have player that can put in a shift every other game. You understand? And when we look on the squad, based on the 26, me a highlight, me a look on the squad. 10 of them players were in the 10 of them players were, let's say about 12 players were in this squad, Unity Cup squad. Now going to be in the World Cup qualified squad coming up. I can guarantee. Because the ball of them from, you know, the EPL, the BL, the Omari, Gray, etc., Nicole Antonio, Shaman.
Yeah, people, hit the like button right now. We are chop up with Tennessee, Louis, Fisherman, Wayne just joined. Hit the like button on the video. Big up yourself, Kevin Facey, SSN. Big up yourself, Max City, Squelch in the building. Big up yourself, Shower Curtain Boss, Martin Baker.
Now, for instance, now, we don't tap.
Know yourself. Big up yourself.
Huh?
No, man, me just a big up some people with up on the show. Nick Jr., big up yourself, Dr. Hero. Caris. All right. Yeah, man, go through. Me have to just heal up the people, you know?
Yeah. Back to what I'm saying. So I'm saying, for instance, if we didn't tap the group qualifiers for the World Cup qualifiers, I will play a tough team. This is my thoughts, you know, bro. We have 50-50 chance, you know, of going to the World Cup or not going to make it. You know? This is just no meeting because I know, bro, we can't develop a playing off style, bro, G. And the coach did it for almost a year and a half. So I don't know. I just feel like
I think, bro, Kaka, I think this summer is your summer, dog. This summer is your. I think this summer is your summer. I think all your questions are gonna be answered this summer. You're gonna see if the coach.
I agree.
You see me? You're gonna see if the coach is cut out for it. You're gonna see if the team is ready for.
I know. You know my style. I know. Me not cut no slack, you know, bro.
Yeah.
Like team, you know, cause three different tournaments. You have a Unity Cup, you have a Gold Cup, you have World Cup, 3 different. So I'm gonna start watch. Cause me really come and say, I'm just going to watch him. Cause you know when me coming out see it, I'm start wearing my you know my style already. So
bro, Kaka, listen.
Let's go and give him the benefit of the doubt right now because the man look like him know the players, then, bro. To be quite frank. Look like him know the players.
You know, I said this press conference was the first time though where it sounded like he really when Miss bring in. Williams really sound like he knew the players, bro. Even the way he spoke out about a busy Atkins, he said a player always wanted to pick but always injured. That's some key information right there. That has been Busy's problem, that knee injury. So what I'm saying is Jamaica needed this. Jamaica is at a deficit when it comes on to the amount of football game they play as a team and a country. A lot of countries are playing more international games than us. But that's what the good thing about Nations League. Nations League is perfect. You're playing for something and you're playing every window. Before that, you usually have to try to get 2 friendlies. And we just say, make a play Trinidad because it's cheaper. But now you're forced to play a Suriname. You might run up into a Panama, Canada, Costa Rica. That gets you to turnover. And that's why Al Grimsey was able to improve so quickly, the Nations League. Because he got to drill the team in a series of competition. This is what I'm saying. This is what McLaren needed. Everything he can tweak what he's been training, doing in training, because the players haven't really caught on to his style yet. He can just really drill it now. He might go have them now. Then he might go have them 6 days later. Gold Cup. Before Gold Cup, World Cup qualification series.
Yeah, back-to-back game, man. Yeah, man. A busy summer theme, man. It's a busy summer, man. A whole heap of pressure, man, that thing. I can't tell you that.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Cranky.
Man, there's a lot of pressure. You understand? And my boy, Boza. Boy, looking at it, you know, if one around can put in 1-2 good shifts, you know, or 1-3 good shifts, and score a couple goals, Boza game is in jeopardy, you know, man. Because, you know, Boza is the all-time goal scorer for the team. He's the starter, number one. If there's no Mikel Antonio, there's Boza. But if my boy, Warner Brown, can put in a couple good shifts, I feel like going forward, he's the number one striker, you know.
Me tell people on the show, I say Warner Brown is the striker for Jamaica.
Right. As the way the coach describe him, the coach look like the coach sounds like he's that ideal striker, lead the 4-man. To me,
bro,
the coach describe all his playing style, running behind, you know,
exactly.
His work ethic, you know, is very extraordinary, man. His work ethic is very extraordinary, and he don't afraid to do things, you know. He try things, you know. Boza don't run. Boza is not a player. Boza is a post striker. Boza is not a running behind striker. Boza is like a post striker. So he fit the criteria of the front 3 and the front 4. He fit the criteria of running. Bailey likes to run. Demar Grace likes to run. Bobby Greed likes to run. You know, so it complement each of everyone of the attackers, them, you know, if you look on it, you know. So
you see, before that game started, I was on the stream doing the pre-match and I said Jamaica needed a more low center of gravity striker. Boza is moving very slow. The press is not really effective. Need to get a hungry dog up there. Warner Brown, as I said, look a little bit like Darren Mattox to me. That hunger to score goals. Gonna make a lot of mistakes, but very brave, as you said, on the ball. We see him right after scoring, just pulling off a chip shot. Try to get the keeper off his line. I mean, I say, whoa, Warner Brown just snapped into confidence because that goal made him feel like, yo, I believe I'm supposed to be here. Me know if you find the net back. And that's what I said. This England tournament is for me, Warner Brown, Richard King. Those 2 players, they need to leave their stamp in England if they're going to get a good contract.
What about Hutchinson? What about that player? He's very, very fast and quick, and you know, but you can see that he's JPL. When it comes down to JPL, I give him that.
Yeah,
he knows how to dominate. Yeah, his opposition in JPL. But when it comes towards the higher level now, we don't really see that. I don't know, because it's the different dynamics of the leagues. You know, Jamaica League is more.
He has an injury now.
Pace.
He has an injury. He has a knee injury that he needs to do a surgery on, and he went to Iceland on it. The same. So he was always out. He was out part of this season. But as you said, he makes a lot of mistakes, but he always seems to pop up in the right places in the 18, where he's either fumbling to get the ball in the box or he gets off the shot. Wasil is the player, but sometimes those little players are not very disciplined, you know. and I don't mean where discipline off the field is concerned. I mean discipline to hold on a position because they're so, you know what I mean? Because it's like you said, all right, bro, me need to build a wall here, this straight from yesterday to yesterday. And the man I say, yo, the line in a trip me every minute, brother. So me just take it down and just lay a black them. Me see say straight. At that time I don't hear them say, no, bro, me need the line to be perfectly straight across. You lay that wall there.
Yeah.
Just, you see me? So
basic fundamentally doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it. You have some players, and Boza as not Boza. That's my problem with Jama with Damian Lowe. I just feel like the coach give him his instructions and then him just start Billy Wall himself at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Brad, that's a Jamaican. Mike, I saw the man name's Dave. If the man didn't get European experience, brother, so the man name just come off as, bro. You see him? Man didn't get European experience. You know, over Europe, you learn a different dynamic. You teach it from the baby stage to the grown man stage. So I feel like he doesn't have the exposure in that situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What about the striker that we just intrude? The striker, I'm not aware. I don't know his name. Let me look back on the squad.
Yeah. Let Wayne
First.
go ahead, Wayne. You can answer Kaka question or just post what you had to say. May just listen to one. Wayne, you can
blessed day. Yeah, blessed day, JT and to Kaka. I'm not sure the fisherman and Guna on.
Oh wow. Hold on, people. Phone run out of charge.
From we spoke 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And the biggest question that came out of your last live stream 2 days ago was about Ravel Morrison. And you were prepared.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Cranky. We can hear you.
Just a second, Cranky.
Yeah, man, we're here. Wayne is finishing a point about the Ravel Morrison. Is perfect timing, and then you can join in.
Okay.
Continue, Wayne.
Yes, sir. Yes, I was saying that Ravel Morrison situation was the biggest situation we spoke about in your last live stream. I'm not certain if you had one yesterday, but
No,
day before yesterday.
the day before.
When I was on, that was the biggest question. And you were prepared, and you were not anxious, but you were anticipating to get an answer out the coach.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy that you got your question. You asked your question and you got an answer for your question. Similarly to what the coach said, I did express all those sentiments. Fisherman came and he said something in supporting that very same argument that the coach was saying. What I hope now is that we can move on from that question since it has been answered. Ravel is not in a visible league.
But listen, Wayne. That sound all great and hunky dory, but listen, it's a bit more dynamic than that. I think your observation of the situation is just straight line. With the whole Ravel thing, there were people in Jamaica trying to get Ravel to play for Mount Pleasant, all right, just to get him to play some football, because they believe that he should be in the squad. No, what happened with Al Grimson, and then he left the squad. Mariop and those guys got a chance to come back, and they picked him the Nations League. So people were like, okay, did he get that bad? Because we watched some of the games. There's an app there. I don't know, the coach probably wouldn't pay the $9 or so to watch it. The club has an app. They just don't, I don't know, they just don't stream on YouTube or stuff like that. But yes, for me, Ravel was just needed to be up to football fitness. And because we went over that. Yes, you said some of those things, but from the coach, there was also a lot of speculation out there. Because what I did successful today, as well as Cranky, was get the coach to give us an answer on Ravel. Today was the first time anybody on YouTube got this much clarity on the Ravel Morrison matter than today.
And I'm saying, JT, that it's a wonderful thing. So I'm saying, and I'm hoping that we can move on now. I'm not here to dwell on what was said. I'm just hoping that the coach shed enough clarity, and he did it in such a way, because he also apologized to you guys if you heard it. For not. Yes,
no, that was being sarcastic. Cranky, you can join in, you can answer to Wayne there, because you were
no man, it's
a part of this whole discussion.
Yeah, it's not a question, because I don't want to dwell on Robbie.
No, but it's not that you're gonna dwell on it, bro. It's what happened today. We're not just gonna skip over it either. Since you're here, let's talk about it.
Yes,
that's what we're doing.
Remember, we have the squad, so I want to try.
Yeah, but we're going. We'll get there. Just for you, we'll get there. Just for you. So we're gonna let Cranky have his say, and then we get back into
no
it.
Problem. No problem. All right, Cranky.
So let me say it. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man. Everybody's hearing you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So I was jumping, and I actually didn't hear any part of the press conference apart from when I asked the question, because I was getting ready to go on a plane.
Yeah.
We were actually boarding when I posed my question, so I didn't know what happened before or what transpired subsequently. But I said people had asked me before to ask the Ravel question, and I suggested when we ask the question, we should preface the question. Can we just ask the coach why he's not playing and give us some answer? You may have set the background on the stage for you to really get clearly why he made the decision that he did.
Thank you, Cranky.
I'm still not satisfied, and here is why. So if you tell me Ravel is playing in a fourth division, in a corner league someplace, I understand that, right? But if you do a comparative between the JPL and any other league, I'm not sure you make a determination about the quality of the JPL players, since we don't know where JPL league forms that relates to the rest of the world, period. Is it number 50? Is it number 70? Is it number 80? And where does Ravel league fall? So when the coach make that statement, I'm not buying that, because we know what Ravel brings to the table, right? We know Ravel is a nomad. He's been a nomad. But no one ever question his ability, frankly. No one's a question his ability, but he may not play at the highest level. But frankly, if Ravel is drinking a beer and on the big belly on the beach, he's still some of the JPL players.
Still can play.
Yes. And when Ravel came the last time, I was in St. Louis. I saw Ravel's face. I was sitting right behind the bench. Ravel was extremely unhappy. So I'm not sure if he said something when he went to the changing room subsequent to game completion, because we brought him in as a replacement. We were losing badly. He never got 1 minute in that game, which to me was inappropriate, frankly. Which I was told by some JFIT people that they weren't happy about this because the coach asked for him. So why bring him and spend $10,000? We don't have money to waste as JFIT. We're not England. We don't have money to waste.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And Cranky, I was very surprised that you followed up with that question, because I thought that was brilliant as well. That was a very strategic move. It's like we're out there on the battlefield. We didn't even call Cranky, and Cranky is there with the machine gun and say, "What? We can't make him escape us." And people, we mean metaphorically speaking.
So JT, let me just say to JT, us as YouTubers, because I got some curse out yesterday. First of all, I want to apologize. Not your program. I want to apologize to DVJ. I want to apologize to DVJ. I used some of their materials.
Who is that? TVJ?
Yes. I used their material, and they went to a third channel to cuss me out.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like. That's why they don't like YouTubers. Fine, I take the blame for that. I apologize to them. But frankly, they wouldn't give me approval for using the program anyway, because I was beating them. So I understand the concept, right? And I believe in doing things protocol and doing it the right way. So I also make that clear. But let's go back to the whole thing. Your question, I heard a part of your question, right? I heard a part of your question when I came in. But I wanted to make sure that the coach will give us some flippant answer, some flippant answer. So here's what I've realized, JT. The coach doesn't pick half the players. You guys can say what you want to say. He doesn't pick half the players. He doesn't.
Hey,
the coach. No. Let me wait before I go for that. The coach is struggling. The coach tells us certain things, but we're not listening. The coach keeps talking to us, but we're not listening. After the US game, the coach says, "My team is not good enough. I need about 6 or 7 players." We went out and got a bunch of them. After he watched the JPL games, he said they're not good enough. They don't have the right quality, they're technical. They're athletes. More recently, the coach just said the other day that the culture is different. This is different. The coach is telling us, I'm dealing with a challenge that Paul Hall has dealt with, that Whitmore has dealt with, that John Barnes has dealt with, that Hugginson have dealt with. That's why Hugginson left. He's telling us This is not an easy place to navigate. But we're not listening.
Yeah.
But with me now, the coach, not the coach, this coach, too. Me tell you, me call your program cranky, and me tell you, when he come on to this coach, there's nothing way more do where or surprise me. Because this coach, me don't tell you, you know my statement towards this coach. So, you know.
But Cranky,
Yeah,
what
but we-
after
yeah,
listening
right.
to it though, here where I can compromise with the coach. I just want, if Ravel get another club, the goalposts don't get moved. You know, that's what I think that's what I've learned today. I think honestly, if he's playing at a high, well, and Soji, we're gonna do one at a time here. As long as if Ravel is playing at a high level, and then we just want to know that he wasn't held back from the team based on some personal thing.
Hey, JT, I assume JT that Ravel is getting paid. Okay? And at this point in his career, it's about the money. It's not about the quality of play. That's why I see a lot of players in the EPL are going to Saudi Arabia, an inferior league, because the money is so great, you can't turn it down.
Yeah. No, but Ravel just needed to play football, man. He just needed to play.
And the money's probably good. They print money over there. Right? The money's probably very good. So why wouldn't he want to go play there?
But I think this club is owned by some English people as well, you know, because it's not just UAE people. The coach is British. The youth who does the interviews. It's like a club. Like let's say some expats go and build a club, and they start looking for players on the back end of their careers and bring them in.
But JT, you know that Ravel didn't go to play for one player because the money wasn't enough, right? The money wasn't enough. Let's be honest.
I don't think it was a money thing.
No, JT. Let me just say this again, JT. Let me put it this way: the consideration that he's going to receive was not enough.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it at that.
But
wasn't enough.
looking at it, no.
I want to follow up with a question for Ravel, because Cranky mentioned the comparison between the JPL and the AUE league that Ravel is playing, but that is just one part of the argument, or just like 10% of the argument that the coach put forward, or the reason. Spoke about visibility. I clearly saw the coach in the stand in the JPL semi-final. So obviously,
Tyler, let me say this, Tyler.
Let me finish up, Cranky, please. I'll give you one question I want to ask.
Okay.
So the coach saw these JPL players in the semi-final. He was in the stand watching them close. And I'm seeing a few of them, quite a number of them, who he was watching in the squad. Another question again, which I did ask JT on Tuesday. I did ask the entire comment section. If Ravel is so that, and the coach asked it today, but he didn't say it as plain as me, Cranky. If Ravel is who you say Ravel is, Cranky and JT, why is it not that Ravel playing in a better league? That's the question.
Let's go back to your previous point about the coach observing players. The coach, you think one game or two games is a big enough sample size to assess players' ability? The coach is not doing his job well. He's not in Jamaica. Busby from the female team is in Jamaica on a regular basis. Busby is doing his job. Busby is ubiquitous in terms of how you operate as a coach. So he should be. The coach go to Jamaica for 2 games, and basically, you know why he's not in Jamaica? They don't think they're good enough. That's why they're probably not there. He said they're not good enough. So we can't talk about him assessing players in Jamaica, because he's not in Jamaica to assess them. 2 games does nothing. How would you pick a racing player if racing didn't play? How would you know about the racing player when the racing player didn't play? That makes no sense, right? Secondly, about Ravel and league. As I said before the outset, Ravel's a nomad, right? Ravel can't keep a job for whatever reason. And everybody who talk about Ravel, history or otherwise, talks about Ravel's ability. So the question is, if you say you're not picking him because he's disruptive, I can live with that. Don't picking him up about his ability, I'm not living with that. Because the JPL league is not a quality league enough to say I'm going to choose a JPL player versus Ravel. Given Ravel's history, pedigree, given Ravel's background. I cannot buy that. It makes no sense to me.
JT, thanks for having me.
Okay.
I want to touch on a few things. Firstly, when Cranky said that, you know, he basically insinuated that, you know, the JPL, there needs to be some comparative where we can compare the JPL to other leagues. And I made a similar point a while ago, and I was shouted down on the same program. If you remember when I was saying that,
when was that?
We must find out. I'm JT. JT, do you remember?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember what I did yesterday.
No. Do you remember when I was saying that we must find a way to evaluate goals scored in the JPL to goals scored in other leagues? You don't remember that argument?
Oh, I think I remember that, but
because we have to find out how many goals in the JPL is equivalent to a goal in the, say, Premier League, so we can assess the players on a logical footing. And can't keep making a similar argument where we have to find a way to compare the leagues.
All right, let me say this.
JT have to go. Guys, sorry, I apologize. I'm almost at my destination. I'm on the road. I just flew in, and I had to call in JT because the program is pretty interesting and what transpired today. So thanks for having me, JT. Everybody, bless up.
Okay, all right, take care. And JT, with Ravel situation, it's clear that there's something going on behind the scenes, right? And everything is not being said.
I don't, after listening to the coach today, I don't think there's much going on behind the scene other than him need to be playing at a higher level. I honestly, I'm always skeptical, but I believe the coach. And Kaka, don't feel free to join in too as well. You know, the floor is open. Everybody win. It's a discussion. We just respect each other. When one person attack, then the other, and we vary in. So, but we share the floor.
Yeah. Okay. If that's the criterion for him to be included in a team, and obviously the criterion is not met currently, then I don't think we should continue talking about including Ravel in the team when the criterion that the coach has laid down, you know, is not currently being met by Ravel.
JT, which league is he playing in?
Which league? Who?
Ravel is playing in.
UAE 3rd Division.
So compare UAE 3rd Division to a JPL. What's the comparison rate there? Is it? How is it?
That's
they can compare.
Brother, I think it's two teams. I think the league there is a bit higher, slightly. I think the quality is better. I think they would beat the JPL teams, but the JPL teams would beat some of their teams as well. But the best teams there.
Carla, I don't think the Jamaican footballing fraternity view the JPL in that way. I think the JPL the special privilege where you know, that's the impression I get, where the JPL is not considered in terms of being able to compare itself to other leagues. I think the JPL players get special privilege where if a player is playing in the JPL, quote unquote, good, that the player automatically made the national team, irrespective of other players in other leagues, maybe higher leagues or lower leagues, scoring similar number of goals or performing at similar levels. I think the JPL gets special privilege.
By whom?
By the JSS and by many Jamaicans.
Well, the Jamaicans are gonna be very, very biased because they now watch a 3rd division down spot Ravel. They're gonna stick to their league, right? So, but my thing is this: no, the JPL. What are the league that Ravel is playing in, right? How many teams are in that league?
Yeah, that gentleman, when you rude boy name.
No, this is not rude boy. It's crispy. Crispy.
Yeah,
man.
JT.
Answer the
ahead.
question with the gentleman asks. Tell him the amount of team in the league there and how much time you watch the league.
All right. Then have the answer for that. They have the answer for that.
What's the
man,
answer?
Not you, man. The gentleman we just talked a while ago. The one the gentleman asked him. He wants the answer.
Are you talking about? Are you referring to me?
You. Yeah, yes, you.
I am not countering his arguments.
Come on, you say them the league, they're not business. Which league I play? Them prefer the JPL. Players them. Some man ask you how much team in the league where Ravel play, and if you how much time you watch the league and watch Ravel play.
All right. Again, that has nothing to do with my point.
All right. I had your callers. The thing is, not many persons with the Jamaican football world watch the league that Ravel is playing. I tried to Google it, I tried to search for it, and it's not being seen. I am 100% sure that if you are anywhere, even in Hong Kong, China, or Timbuktu, that if you Google the JPL, you will see the JPL popping up. Furthermore, the JPL via Cavaliers have just entered the under 16 of Concacaf Champions League, being shown across the world by millions. Played against arguably the greatest player of all time, Lionel Messi, along with one of the greatest strikers, Suarez. We can go to Busquets as well and go. So what I'm trying to say is the visibility of the JPL might be even more than the entire UAE, even the first division, much less Ravel, third division.
All right. I'm gonna get that point there, but what is the bias? Just listen to me. What is the bias right now on Ravel? Why? For me, a league is a league. You hear what I'm saying? A league is a league. From a player can play, can control and pass, can defend, and know and have ability to read and play the football in campaign at any league once he's fit. His mind is up to par, and he can take instructions from any coach across the board.
And Penny, you played in the US collegiate system, so you know as well.
No, for every player.
Listen. What you just say a while ago? You listen what I'm saying. If a player fits the criteria, basically, because there are some criteria that top tier. You have top tier players who are playing in Premier League. Listen to me good. In England, 1 and 2 players in JPL, their finesse is much better than them. Yeah. Wrong, am I right?
Go on.
But so listen to what I'm saying. It's once a player have the ability to follow instructions, he can control, he can pass, his technical abilities on par with every player. I think he can play in any league in the world. And it has shown many times. I remember when Teddy Johnson left Jamaica Premier League and end up right in a Bolton and play Premier League.
I disagree with that. Reason why I think.
And my opinion, number general.
Yeah, no, disagree with it. I disagree with it. And I disagree with it. I agree with the coach, bro. The coach is telling us that
it's a lively discussion, you know. Lively discussion.
No, yo, listen on a warrior war.
No, warrior war.
What's his perspective?
The coach is basically saying that Ravel is in a crab bush league. Do you know what rank Ravel league is in the world? 68, bro. 60, not even in the top 50. 68, bro. In the third division, 14 teams, same as the JPL. The coach is basically saying Ravel is to find a club that performing at top level. We don't want when Ravel come in at the team, Ravel underperform. And we know which one a backbite and a hypocritical against the baller.
No,
I bet the baller find a good club, a good team, where we can watch him in and out. Commercial league, good league, even the top 20 league, even going to Turkey, bro. Ravel has talent.
That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to.
Wasting talent in a third division, not even second, first, third.
But wait. Someone with the coach
agree with
carry.
the coach. They agree with the coach, bro.
Yeah. I agree with him based on the fact he's not playing a top tier league. But some players that the coach bring from JPL not even can no good like Ravel left foot and have the mobility. Wrong, am I right?
I don't.
All right, let's answer that.
All right,
let's answer that call. Listen, Caller, you get it wrong, Caller.
I think them ballers in the JPL, bro. Now come start the national team. Only they can make up.
So none of the players, hold on, none of the players of them pick on the thing are gonna get not going to start. None of them.
Other than Richard King and
Brown going to start. Brown
and Richard King and Rana, bro.
So no answer my point there.
No,
all right. No answer my point.
All right.
No, we're not talking about position. We just ask a straightforward question. If any of the players who the coach pick from JPL is going to start, are you answer?
Yes.
Okay,
fine. Start. Fine. What I'm saying, Carla, is that you asked about what's the question you asked before if any JPL player going to start. I think you were mentioning that Ravel, if that Ravel's ability, and I'm saying the Ravel that you guys are picturing, chances are that Ravel is no more. And personally, I might only saw that I based on his stats, he only played 11 times for the national team. And maybe it's one match I saw a spec, and that was 4 or 5 years ago. I saw a spec of who you think Ravel is. This Ravel that you guys thinking and talking about, I don't think he can make any first division team in the top 60 or top 70 rank in the world.
Let me ask you a question. You hear me? You answer me?
Go ahead,
ask you a question. You play football?
Yes,
at the highest level? At the highest level?
No, not the highest level.
Okay. Answer my question.
So what that have to do?
No, answer my question. No, it's irrelevant for me.
No, it's irrelevant.
No, my answer. No, always a
That's a bullshit. Who said that? I said that's a bullshit question.
It's a bullshit question.
And because you will never say that to the owner of a club. And hold on. Most owners of clubs never played.
My lad, you will say a while ago.
I hate that question. I hate when you guys do that.
Listen, man. Calm down. Stop to get emotional. I'm just asking the two gentlemen who was talking if them play at the football and if them and what level them play.
Okay, but
you talk about
explanation.
Hold on, we're not general answer, brother. Did I mention about a club owner?
So no, I am saying
so you can't.
This question is often asked to nullify people's opinion.
It's not nullify people's opinion.
And because you never played, you can't have an opinion.
So hold on now. So you get so emotional about me.
I am not getting emotional, my friend. I'm very calm.
No, you're not calm. You play football?
I don't care.
You know me ask you play football?
What is the relevance of the question?
I don't think Chris
What
P
is
play
the relevance
football.
of the question?
Me ask you to play football.
No. So what is the relevance of the question?
Don't talk to you.
Okay then.
You don't play football, so you don't understand me.
Okay, here you go then. Here you go. I know what you are doing. You will never say that you own a club. No, again, the owners of the clubs never played. You cannot say that you own a club. You cannot say you cannot have opinion because never played.
Most owners are businessmen.
Okay, exactly.
They're going out to make money.
They have an opinion. Are you going to say that they can't have an opinion?
All right, okay. Take that one.
Gentlemen.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let him go. Because this type of question is just it kills conversation.
Brother, it not kill conversation.
Yes, it does.
Or are you come with the madness right now? I get excited.
Gentlemen, let us not.
No. The owner of the LA Lakers is a female. So what? She's gonna have an opinion. She never played.
Oh, you know that?
Because I know Dini Boss. I know that.
You never you play in a college.
Gentlemen, let us go back.
Come on, man. Females can't play the NBA. Females can't play the NBA.
Man, please. What happened is that's why I told JT that I didn't want to continue on this Ravel issue, and he had cranky.
Baller, we just join the conversation, Baller. That's the things that Baller. You understand? People got talk. People just step in, so we got to talk about
it. We know, but because we've been.
So where you want to know? Give me a point where you want to talk about.
Yeah, man. What we want to move on is to the squad. We want to move on to the squad, man. You understand? Because what happened is Ravel not in the 60-man squad, and it's unfair for us to be here discussing Jamaican football.
But guess what? It was a part that listen.
Who can't make the squad?
Wayne, listen. We did that when the show started. That's something I specifically went in the press conference to ask the question. So we brought it to the audience and we went through that. Who a cook, man?
Yes, man. I was one who brought up
yeah. So, but yeah, as for the squad, I think here it was a game though where he could also just, if he was serious about giving Ravel an opportunity, where these games wouldn't really affect him going. You see me I say? So
and you're a smart JT. So what does this tell you about the coach and Ravel? And Ravel in the Jamaica?
No, that's why I said that the coach's explanation today was enough for me, bro.
Yes, but it's clearly showing you because Ravel is 32 now. And
I think if he's in form and he's playing at a better club, the coach is gonna pick him. I'm telling you.
Yeah, bro. But it's going to be difficult for him to play at a better club, JT. So all I'm saying is that Ravel not in the Jamaican football plan. He's not in the.
Bro, you're just saying it like you know that's not. Bro, there's a lot of Javon East wasn't a year ago. Javon East wasn't in Jamaica football plan, bro. Yes.
Yes. However, this coach, one thing we have to give him credit for. If you ask for a player, remember we asked for Maggie, and he brought Maggie in. You guys also asked for Warner Brown. He brought Warner Brown in. At the same time, you asked for Ravel, and Ravel came in the Nation League, although he didn't touch the field. So we have to give this coach a lot of credit that he's trying to at least please the fans. Whoever you guys ask for, the coach is giving you a chance to look at the players. No, we are the persons. Although I'm a supporter of Maggie, but I wasn't the strongest supporter. No, Maggie not in the squad or the Unity Cup, and nobody's asking for him anymore. Why? Because he got his chance. Similarly, I believe Ravel got his chance. Pertaining to the 60-man, the 22-man who is inside the Unity Cup squad. I believe that squad is a balanced squad between experience and inexperience. We see where they said about 10 local players are there. The coach said is not by choice that he chose these players. Is because he could not get other players.
But whether it's by choice or not, it's a grand opportunity for the local players to sell themselves, not just to the coach, to make it to the Gold Cup and the World Cup qualifying, but also to get a higher contract, to get an overseas contract. So this is a beautiful opportunity.
Yeah, man. And when people talk about the fact that the Jamaica Football Federation has to sell players, I think the Jamaican Football Federation should support the best players in Jamaica and try to help them get a move if you can. That's how I see it. Because I see there are two players here in a Richard King, Warner Brown. I hope those two players have two good games where even if they go hit the bench in League One, they're getting better level training and improvement on their game. So those youngsters, Richard King, Kyle Dix is already a Charlton Athletic. Still, Crispy, mute your mic for a second. The background. As soon as you're talking, just unmute. Anytime you guys ready to talk, just unmute. That's your cue. All right, and just so we do it in order. But yes, so the squad, as you said, the squad is balanced to me. We want to see the young striker from Albion. Seems like he's having a good season on paper. Can't sit here and say I watched him. We wanted that. Shamar Nicholson has gotten lazy on the job. He's you know when you have that girlfriend that through your date her for a long time, she just feels that she stop workout, stop do gym. I said, I go cut like I want to go. That Shamar just like, I'm Jamaican and I'm Minium Boys. I'm score for Jamaica. Me need to the squad. I think Shamar Nicholson might head into some difficult waters if the other Tyrese Campbell again from Sheffield United gets his document, because he's a really good striker. He's a really good striker. And then the coach is going to stuck with a decision between Shamar Nicholson, Mikel Antonio, Tyrese Campbell, and Warner Brown. And who you going to leave? So Boza need to really pull up him socks. He's down there in Mexico. But Boza always choose these drug lord countries. Some warlord country. Him just a come from down Russia, the man can link the cartel them. Like Boza, like they on a trajectory of Belgium, and the man like a drive he can't just. So what you make a mash up a car? Just drive you off a road. Down Russia. Come on, man. Boza should have stayed in Europe. Just like they sent him on loan at Claremont. That should have been his trajectory. Head to the French league, playing against Macy Greenwood and Jonathan Rowe. And then that's what Boza should be do. Look like that black African kind of striker there. What that striker did the name? That striker there from Arsenal, man. What the African striker did name from Arsenal?
NKTA.
I think he started with A. Ababayor or something like that. I'm not sure.
Abamayeng.
No,
Adebayor. Yeah, man. Adebayor, yeah. Shamar Nicholson should have been that kind of striker. That should have been his target. That striker right there. No, man.
From the oligarchs to the cartels.
Yeah.
If you write a book.
Yeah, right.
But JT, the American squad. You see, we're last 2 years, the American team that played in the Gold Cup, won the Gold Cup the last time they won. It was different from the team that won the Nations League. So I'm simple. I believe that Shamar not on form, no problem. Warner Brown come and Warner Brown.
Wayne, I give the coach respect as well for starting the last two. So no, Shamar has been dropped for benched the last game and now dropped for 2 games.
So no problem, JT.
Mm-hmm.
What we don't want is that similarly to what happened in Copa America, that we take 2 strikers that is not firing. So it's very good that we identify that he's not on form from early, that Mikel haven't been playing no football, don't force him in the team, and we can see where these strikers have to offer in the Unity Cup, so that we can include them in the Gold Cup or in the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, you that say something, Kaka?
Oh no, man.
Previous before I came off, last person speaking was Kaka. You know. JT, to be honest, the team, the defense, and the midfield, to me is okay. The Unity Cup squad, the only problem I have with that team is up front, where there's a lot of unknowns, you know, up front. But if you look at the defense, you have literally starters for the first team in the defense.
Yeah.
In the midfield.
And your two wing backs.
Yeah, in the midfield, you probably have 2 or 3 of those guys actually starting World Cup qualifiers.
And you know what's crazy is, Alan? The coach now literally get to experiment with a midfield that can start the next game.
Exactly.
Yeah. I like
that's what I'm saying. If you look at the defense, your wing backs are there, and probably 1 or 2 of your centre backs are there. So I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Around about dozen man in this squad are going to be in the Gold Cup and the World Cup.
Not only that, Kaka. Me say you start in 11, you can literally look at this team and say, okay, some of these guys literally are going to start. And Isaac Eden, 90% are going to start. You understand? Greg Lake, Omari, one of them definitely are going to start. Lemby Kisa, chances are he's going to start. If we're talking about being true to form,
I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit concerned though with Mesa Holgate. He reminds me of that youth at school who works out a lot and just him get like carried away. Sometimes get like pump up himself and in a game and just make a big mistake. I see him do that for West Brom, and he got sent off for Jamaica the last game. And I just might think that, you know that man there at England, and he might want to show off that day there too. I think he's that guy that him show me a little bit of ego. Maybe you need that to excel, but I think him can use that.
But
you know, see it a little bit from him.
Is a player with over 100 first division caps. I mean, that's a wealth of experience you're looking at. So I mean, no. He probably, as they say, is concerning for you, but I'm looking at the fact over 100.
That's
first
good.
division caps. That's
stellar.
a whole lot of experience right here.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, bro.
That must account for something.
And it's like I can beat the coach yesterday or the day before, but I have to be honest to myself. I think that press conference, the coach did himself a lot of justice in the way he described the attributes of each player, even though I felt he was reading some of them. And then when he got to the natural ones that he's been working with, like the Cephas, you can hear in his voice changing to a free flow, talking about Cephas's pace. And he said he sees Cephas as a starter. People used to tell we say a madness we are talking on YouTube. May I tell you, people, you don't need to expect Cephas to score goals. You see me I say? We can't have the expectation for Cephas to score goals. Most of Cephas attempts, it either create a goal for somebody else or make something dangerous happen for Jamaica. That's what you need. And then we need to have lurkers, people who are lurking around the box. And that's why Mikel Antonio is very problematic for me when he plays for Jamaica. He's always out of position when it's time to lurk.
Right. And all right, look, like, first let me say, the only issue I have with this current squad is up top because there's a lot of unknowns in that area. You understand? And I think we're very weak in the wide areas, if I'm being honest. You understand? But what I realize, I watch a lot of football, over the last couple of months. And you see the teams that will commit a lot of bodies into the box. They are the ones that get a lot of chances to score. You understand? And we don't commit a lot of bodies in the box.
That's you see, and the way how the coach broke down that whole Warner Brown thing, that was very good. Warner Brown, before that game, I was on stream saying Jamaica need a lower center of gravity striker. Something was just telling me in my head that like cause me as a man, me go back and watch back the game.
You alone.
Yeah, me try to go back and watch back the game them. So when I come on stream and I'm talking about Jamaican football, I know what I'm talking about. You see me, I say when me look back at Mikel Antonio games, when we look at Casey Palmer game,
It's way too far from the box, bro. Like literally.
But guess what's creating that too is also the disjoint that's happening between the midfield, the number 10, and the striker. That area, because you need to have a number 10 who has a anticipation. I'm not even gonna say awareness.
You see, Bobby Reed, I'm just gonna say that's why JT, that's what I say it boiled down to coaching and tactics, bro.
No, you know, say me not glad Bobby Reed is injured, but I'm not sad that Bobby Reed is not there.
I was gonna make a point. When Bobby Reed is effective in his top team, is when he's making those runs in the box. If you realize somebody goal that Bobby Reed scored, I mean, never look fine on the box, you know, but he was so hard to reach for him.
You know who's good at scoring those kind of goals is the same Javon East there.
Who?
Javon East. He's actually he's a lurker as well. He's
poacher.
Yeah. He's always lurking around there in the and
right.
You see Boza now. Boza, I think at one point, I don't know if it's one coach or something, took Boza and they disrupted his game, the way he plays. Yeah.
I may say something very controversial, but I want to ask you a question. But it's to me still, and it's just my opinion. What do you feel like is more important to this Reggae Boyz team, Shamar Nicholson or Bobby Reed?
Bobby Reed, man.
Bobby Reed.
Bobby Reed is more important.
Yeah, man.
Why? Why is that? Why is that?
Because of the flexibility.
Bobby Reed can give you many different shifts in the team.
The flexibility.
I just don't agree with that, bro. I don't.
Really, bro? Really?
And then that's very, very disingenuous, bro. That's very, very disingenuous, bro.
Come on, man. Listen,
that's very disingenuous from you.
3 to 4 different shifts in our team, and one of shift he can give a good 7 out of 10, which is actually good.
Kaka.
Doing what? Running like a headless chicken.
That's what we need.
No.
Because when Shamar loses
technical ability, technical ability, Bobby Reed does not have that in his game. If we be quite frank.
No, Kaka, you have
technical
that wrong,
ability.
Kaka, you have that
listen.
Put on the slip, Kaka. Put on the slip.
You guys.
You asked the question, Kaka. Let me give you 2 reasons why Bobby Reed is 10 times more important than Shamar Nicholson. First of all, this Jamaican team does not run and track back. And Bobby Reed is one of the only person in the middle, other than the CDM who does that. Secondly, Bobby Reed played multiple positions for us. Shamar Nicholson only played one position, so we don't need to argue on that.
Bro. Listen, bro. We're not getting listening now. Una mix up versatility, you know, with goal scoring, bro.
No, but if
you don't score the goals, you can play all the positions that you want. But if you don't convert the goals, all the team are gonna win.
A long time goals on the score.
Bro,
a long time goals on the score.
No.
Kaka. Busquets don't score a goal, but he's very important to the team.
All right, Kaka.
Busquets don't score a goal, but he makes important contribution to the team.
Bobby Reed is not a technical player, bro. Bobby Reed can control a game.
No,
don't get me interrupted, you know, man.
I don't get your point.
Listen, you see that man and that man is a local player. You see,
right now, you see,
Yo, just show you to go through a bad spell right now, bro.
yeah, they're not that.
Go through a bad spell.
They're not that.
Bro, holy butter, Mr. Bobby. Hear me, I say, fisherman. Mr. Bobby come 4 back-to-back consecutive game and I give you nothing. Nothing. And still praise him high.
No.
Yo, hear me, I say.
No, you see, Bowser in a different place from back then, you know. You see, if I did back then we could have said, but you see, right now, Bowser struggle bad. He must struggle bad. And you see, too, you can't take Barry.
I agree with that. I agree.
You know, that's why you can't take Barry Reid. Barry Reid can play more than one position in the team.
Okay.
Right now,
All right.
You can't
Kaka, that fisherman, that's like somebody say, I go. That's like somebody say, all right, yeah, go a war.
Not discipline the game, Kaka. Bobby Reid is making an impact because he's not track back.
And the next thing,
get the recovery.
no, Kaka, that's like Kaka.
Right, listen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's like you going to war, right? And somebody says, that's like, well, a fisherman have a mute in background a little bit. Yeah, it's like you going to war, right? And you have the ability to take a gun that has a sniper on it, have a scope, and can convert into a handgun. Or they just take an outright handgun into the battle. Bro. Which one are you taking?
I see the metaphor we are trying to use, but nah, try to go down way.
So here's this question, Jenks. Sorry, Kaka, we're not break you. What I'm thinking of, if he's and a gentleman I'm seeing by the name of Green, I don't know him really and truly. I don't know him, but I'm saying if they should do well at the Unity Cup. And I'm talking about exceptionally well. Do we see it? It can go a few ways. In that the coach might not include them in the Gold Cup and the World Cup qualifying because, as the coach said, a few players still trying to get their passport. And I don't think when these players get them passport, we're going to have any friendly match to introduce them in, so more likely they would have to be introduced at the Gold Cup or a World Cup qualifying. So they say East and Green play well at Unity Cup. The coach don't include them for the Gold Cup or the World Cup qualifying, or you would have feel at a 1 or 2. They did so exceptionally well that the coach have to include them and don't include maybe players who got them passport or players like a Shamar Nicholson, who everybody expecting to be in the team.
I'm sorry, James. I cannot answer your question because right now I'm driving, so I can't answer your question. I can't answer your question.
Man, anyone on here?
This narrative that people favors overseas players is just not accurate in the main. If anything, there's a bias.
Right.
People bend over backwards to make excuses for local players all the time. This notion that there's a bias against overseas players is just not true.
Chris
we're not talking about the bias.
No, he's saying
we're not talking about her. Listen,
him saying that Boza over. Wait, he said.
No,
but Crispy, I want you to stay on this, Crispy. The man said Boza. If we take Boza or Bobby Reid, who would you take in the team? And we're saying Bobby Reid gives you 2 options. It might give you versatility, and the thing with Shamar Nicholson, we don't ever see Shamar Nicholson play nowhere else on the field really for Jamaica.
I understand.
JT, but they don't play the same position, so it's not like for like.
No, but even of like for like, Shamar Nicholson is a bit slow, bro. He's slow.
No, but what I'm saying, the choice would not be between Nicholson and Reid because they don't play the same position.
No, what he's not just going off position, he's going off the importance to the team. To the team. That's what you're missing. important to the team.
Who is
So he's talking about
more
contribution.
important?
He's talking about contribution. No, when you talk about who's more important to the team. So he's saying who's gonna be contributing, whose contribution he thinks is more critical. You think it's more critical to the team, and I think it's Bobby Reed because of the versatility. It's like having a hybrid car, you know. If you run out of gas, you just work electric. That's what Bobby
So
Reed
JT.
stay, yeah.
JT.
Okay, JT. All right. I just have stats here, gentlemen. Shaman Nichols is the leading goal scorer. He has more. He has one of the most appearance in the team. When he's fit, he delivers. You see it in Canada. You see it against the United States. He delivers. You see it against Mexico. He delivers. He's very, very important to me over Bobby Reed because Bobby Reed is a worker. I get that. You need a worker in your team. But to dictate the game, Bobby Reed is not that player. Technicality-wise, Bobby Reed is not like Ravel that can dictate the game. Bobby Reed cannot take the ball and make a switch. Bobby Reed is a player can recover and yes, versatility, play multiple different positions. I give you that. But that doesn't make him more important than a player that's putting in the back of the net when it matters most. If you give me a penalty to take, I want Boozer to take it, not Bobby Reed. And Bobby Reed missed a penalty against Damrip. Not saying that Bobby Reed is not a good player. Anybody can miss a penalty. But when it comes down to the matters, what matters most, who's gonna win the 3 points for Reggae Boyz? Shamar Nicholson. So I understand y'all perspective, but I'm just doing it by winning the game.
You brought up you said that Shamar Nicholson is the leading goal scorer. Jamaica doesn't prolific goal scorer. So how many goals have he scored compared to the others?
I have a question, Bishop. Do you know what is Bobby Reed original position? What is Bobby Reed original position on a football field? Let him come up with an academy. What's Bobby Reed position? No, Bobby Reed came through the ranks and into the Premier League and as a striker.
Or in the wing.
A striker. A false 9, like Owen and them Lucas. That's what Bobby Reed original. Bobby Reed is the most technically gifted player we have. That's why he can play all over the field. People just take him in Jamaica and put him to play all both. Bobby Reed is a second striker. Right? No, as he has matured, his game has matured. So I don't want nobody to come violate Bobby Reed. Bobby Reed is one of the most technical players here.
He's
always been asked to give human service. Bobby Reed play right back. No, Bobby Reed play CDM, central midfield. Wing. Everything you put, the only thing that Bobby Reed don't play in Jamaica is goalkeeper. Right?
Man, stop. Bobby Reed is very overrated, bro. It's very overrated.
No. Also, what you have to know, Anand.
Yeah, bootlick kind of, man. Yeah, bootlick kind of.
By who?
Yeah, big bootlick kind of.
Bobby Reed. Still remain a Premier League player, and I'm
no. The Bobby Reed play over 1,500 minutes, 50 less as the change me name. A bench warmer that. Oh, yeah, come on. I want to get with the world. Yeah, he been for the past month. But when he's fit, yo, it's on no fire, you know.
What are you talking about, bro? How much minutes Shamar Nicholson play? How much minutes Boza play? How many minutes Boza play? If you want to play the minutes game, how many minutes Boza play?
He's silent, I don't know.
Yeah, ask how much Boza play.
I mean, if I ask, I didn't ask you to repeat me and a spelling bee this.
No, but
how much minutes Boza play.
You're
ready to compare how much minutes Bobby Reed play. Better just go easy.
Most player. That Bobby Reed is if you want me to
Brother, when last year when Boz and they rushed at children, Bobby Reed a start for Fuller and captain Fuller. What are you about?
I know me talk about no. We're not about to play. We have bench warm. Van der Sar be a 2 minutes and 3 minutes.
Bobby Reed versus Shamati. I'm going to point out you say is I only hypocrite. If you're running talking about how much minutes the man play, Bobby Reed has been a Premier League player.
Consistently. That's what I'm talking about. Consistently.
Bobby Reed have bench mostly nowadays. Mostly bench him come off.
Bobby Reed has been injured. Hold on.
He's not injured, bro. Bobby Reed's been a bench warmer for selected season, bro.
We're not discredit the ball. We're not speak this
which player we have that's not bench warmer? Then Leon Bain and a bench warmer at Aston Villa. Which player we have that is not a bench warmer right now?
No, but we're not saying that.
I'm a Carpenter we have. I'm a Carpenter we have right now.
The man has started, so the man is no starter, man. I bench him.
If I'm being honest, they've been very disingenuous with Bobby Reed. Bobby Reed doesn't feel like a starter in the Premier League. Even in this season. Let me finish up, Fisherman. Even in this season, a lot of important games Bobby Reed start. Some of the most important goals when Leicester City get this season from Bobby Reed. Some of them come and act like say, this just a
Bobby Reed have 6. Yeah, me say.
So much, man. But you know, start.
Yeah, me say. If Bobby Reed have 5 goals,
when we see him upon the bench, he might come off.
Cataract. If Bobby Reed have, yeah, me say.
Him not finish the game. Him come off.
If Bobby Reed have 5 goal contribution, we give 500 US right now.
Right now.
If Bobby Reed have 5 goal contribution, goal and assist. The man now watch ball game. I want to know
brother. You know what a utility player is?
I give him that. I don't take that from him, bro. But he's not a big attack.
You cannot count goal contribution because sometimes him there play right back for Leicester. But not Leicester. When him there full up. He came
bro, not 3 years ago, bro. Not 3 years ago, bro. No, me attack, bro.
But man, your manager see. All when the man tell you say rats ahead. You just run the fishing boat tonight. Listen sometime, man. I'm saying that Bobby Reed. I'm saying to that Bobby Reed. Yo, brother, you know, say you just change the name from Fisherman to Talking Para.
You hear me make a comment,
Talking Para. Just listen sometime, man.
You come here to bully people, you know. You come here to bully people.
You come here to bully people. You don't need to bully you. You need to bully, brother. Talking Para. Just listen, man. Let's leave and start to do our the program and you still attack. You still attack. I'll say what you say. I'll say what you say, don't make one. I'll say what you say, don't make one. I'll say what you say, don't make one.
The panel
I listen to me, I take up the phone and I listen and the jump and I say, but it don't look good. A man can make a man talk, mute the mic, and next one come, man just talk. All me I say, and then me jump up. All me I say is Bobby Reed came to Leicester. He got injured. People out of the coach plan. Leicester changed coach in the middle of the season. And he was not a part of this coach plan. Van Nistelrooy plan. And even when they needed him most, he was injured. He had an injury-prone season. So don't style up the baller. Don't do that.
Bro, he's a drop, bro. Admit the fact, bro. Admit the fact.
He's a faithful servant of Jamaica football.
Cataract, I give you that. He has been a good contributor towards his clubs that he has been at. But he has been dropped for this season.
All right, one question to you, Kaka. Just a second, please.
The man played
one question to Kaka.
In the season, boss man. 23 in the league, Premier League, and 2 in the EFL Cup.
Yo,
What are you
Kaka,
talking about?
yo.
Go and tell me Boyz have played so much game for the season.
Me did listen to brother.
How much minutes? How much minutes in play? How
Kaka,
many
just
minutes
relax
has
yourself.
played?
Just relax.
I did
Continue, Neil.
Yo, we can't come.
Neil, continue, Neil. Continue.
Kaka, you lose Kaka. Kaka, you're the only person in the world. You're the only person in the world believe Boyz are more important to the Reggae Boyz than Bobby Reed, sir. So you lose Kaka. So we could just move on, okay? We can't depend on this nonsensical where everybody know that you're talking madness, Kaka, man. I know you do it for controversy, and we like the controversy too. The comment section love it too. You don't know you're the people's favorite, Kaka. So we not beat you down, but you lose on this one. So go on a different topic.
Yeah.
Similarly, I was
Kaka,
saying,
if you go back to the giant board, man, get in T square and plan out the back again. Yo. Yeah.
So, Jane, come on. Yeah, that's what I'm asking now. So, in all, how many? I'm asking a question. At some given point, we discuss the money where JFF is concerned and players and flight and all them things. So JFF money to do certain things. So in all the totality, 60 players for JFF call, right? 80 players.
No, man,
80
that's
players.
a pool, man. That's a pool. That's a standard pool, man.
It's a preliminary pool. Nobody's traveling yet, Nobody's traveling. It's just a squad
Watch
name.
a style, man. I'm asking the question. Either question I ask you. In the past, there was a lot of noise making about players not getting a chance to travel because of lack of funds. That was some of the points. So, where they're going to get their finances is now. Are we going to see players traveling? Or
that problem was resolved, Carla. Carla, that problem was resolved.
No.
Wait, man. Hold on, man. Yo, one mic.
I listen to the press conference this afternoon, and they heard the general
one mic, Cataract, keep in man.
Worth of money for the players.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Oh, you talk and me talk. Cataract, you can't dialogue some general, brother.
Yeah, let him
Cataract, you
finish.
keep on to them things, everybody want to hear. I'm just asking a question. Is there going to be an issue with players traveling from point A to point B now that there's 2 squads, 2 different competitions or 3 competitions, Jamaica with at least 40 players playing? So is there enough money in the kitty? That's the question.
So the next game will be a home game.
Cataract can go now.
Yeah, go ahead, Cataract.
What can go so? Look here. Always expect that there will be issue, right? I expect that come September when we start ask, oh, we don't see this player coming, go agent. How JFF find money to fly a man from England? That will always be there because that is part of the talking points, right? What I hope we can talk about is to dissect the squad because this is puzzling to me. I listened to the press conference, and this is the first press conference where I hear a squad release and I don't hear the list of names of the players of the squad read out. I hear one up on the screen.
But the coach, Cataract, the coach went through. The coach went through the players.
Some players and JT, I'm beat you with a broad belt. You set yourself and just ask a question as a journalist, and you ask before you say, what is the status of the you kill yourself when you go out. People that say it's a personal vendetta. Nobody
Listen, that was to listen. No, bro, Cataract, where were you when the questions were being asked?
No, I said you could have just.
No, but how many press conferences have you? How many press conferences have you been in, and you haven't asked this question yet? And you tell me how many to ask you, bro. I set up the question with a statement / just a.
No, but
no, bro. Nobody has been able to get the coach to give an answer. Nobody
because
else.
what you did, hold on, man, what you did, and we are big man. You gave the coach an out. You see, if you never
Gave him an
mentioned a thing
out.
about personal vendetta, he would have had to answer the question directly. So what he did was choose the easy part of the question to say, oh, how can I have a personal vendetta against Ravel? And me and Ravel, they are Derby County for 1 year. I like Ravel. Rate. You gave the coach an out.
No,
You ask a direct question. Coach, can you explain the omission of Ravel Morrison from the Unity Cup and from the...
I strongly disagree.
Hold on, Mikela, from the 60-man squad. Because the truth of the matter is, if you don't see Ravel, and you're saying that you haven't seen, you can't see the Dubai second division, then tell me that the blur not Unity Cup so you can look and see, and all of them can look and see, say, him fat like Teletubby, and he can't kick the ball like Paul Gascoigne. When Paul Gascoigne is big and fat,
We need even know who them people
the
are.
baddest thing. Paul Gascoigne was the baddest thing in England midfield, out of Spurs, and he big and fat with a big beer belly.
Cataract, one question. One comment.
So that does not explain what you should have said is that does not explain the omission of Ravel from the Unity Cup. We can understand if you say you can't carry him in a competitive match to the Gold Cup. But certainly that cannot explain why the youth is missing from a tournament where you search for player.
But Cataract, if the coach believe that these players that he's bringing for the Unity Cup more deserving of a chance than Ravel, then he wouldn't bring Ravel. It's clear.
The coach said I look for one more player. The coach is short one player. He said he's waiting for a player to get his passport between now and Monday. Well, I wasn't allowed in the interview, but I would have asked the coach if he don't know said tomorrow or Labor Day. So nobody would get the passport today. Can't get the passport before Monday, before Tuesday. Tomorrow or Labor Day.
Cataract, it's not a passport. Cataract, can you listen to me for a second?
Taylor, I'm saying to you, what's going
No, but Cataract, me gonna stop you when you're me. Cataract.
Why can't Ravel be the additional player to be added to the squad? So that the whole Jamaica and the world can see where the ball is at.
Cataract, it come like when you put your foot on the gas, you tape on it. Like, me I tell you if you hold up there because you're saying something about the passport office. This is not a case of a player getting a passport. It's a player, it's a coordination with the federation to get the player. So I'm assuming is the kid Johnson from Ajax who played for the Netherlands. So it's not that case. But if he doesn't come, that Ravel should get that spot and put it to bed.
The kid from Ajax has his passport long time.
Yeah, that's why I said it's not a passport. That's why I just said you don't really listen. You don't listen very well, do you? Don't listen very well, do you?
Sorry if I didn't hear you, but out in that breeze, man.
We're there on a back road. Breeze up blow hard. But Cataract. So that kid already had the passport. He had the passport, but he represented the Netherlands at the youth level.
But JT, if that player there don't come, I don't think Ravel not gonna be next up. You have a lot of players where the coach call will be next up. So Ravel out of the question, man. Ravel in a play around one part, down one place, and he can't. That's it.
Fisherman, say, and Donald Trump that work good. On repeat the same thing over and over.
My boss, so they talk about the two squad. A one squad, man, and on two squad. A one squad, you know. Them call up some player now to go play the Unity Cup. But when them come back to go to the Gold Cup, them will call up them strongest squad and got the Gold Cup. I don't know different. I don't know two squad. The squad split in a two. Now, man, I one squad a player, man. But them will call up some player now to go the Unity Cup. When that finish, them will got the Gold Cup and call up the right squad that them will use for the Gold Cup tournament. I know two different squads will play. One will go one next tournament, one will go one next tournament. And two of them are play and them have to travel. Two different squads are travel go one different place.
All right, a question to the panelists. What is expected of the coach for the Unity Cup, and what is expected of the players for the Unity Cup?
To win the competition. To win the competition.
Was that question? Was that question asked? Was that question asked?
No, that I'm just asking the panelists. No,
No, that's what I'm saying. You have a big panel with journalists, and important questions like that are not asked. So we can measure.
I agree. I agree with your Cataract. But let us answer it for the coach then, since we are
The
here.
coach said that he's just looking at players, giving players opportunity.
Yeah, man,
He said that.
we can't look at players because what if Brandon cover star? What if Brandon cover star up before? What if Brandon cover star up before? He can't be in the Gold Cup squad.
But good question, Cataract. Good question, Cataract. Good question. But he can be in the World Cup qualifiers.
I want live silverware. Right now, I watch Tottenham live silverware. I watch Crystal Palace. I want ball too. I want ball. Yeah, I want ball. I want the jump button a ball. Yeah. You understand? I want my friend, my Rasta friend, take off his shirt and run around the stadium and say, we got you. And that's no one. So I would like to know, why did we fill the squad with players? Dimitri Mitchell in the surgery and the surgeon take off the anesthesia and say, yo, you know, so you get called up. They have surgery you need. Man, I do surgery and get called up. What can go so? And you have a youth like Brandon Cover where help him team to promotion. And in the 60-man squad, then he and Anglin went to the CAC games last year. Remember good. And him started the show and Anglin stink up the Giants. And Anglin make him way into the senior team and the youth they on the sideline.
That's a good point. But as we say, what coach say.
Yo, Cataract and JT and the panel. You know what me really look forward for? I want to see when we go to England and I play this Unity Cup thing. And the coach I come put on the man them 90th minute I put on some I make changes on 90 and that me I look forward for.
No, I don't believe the coach.
So why are the coach for that, brother? Why?
Because we expect it.
We expect it.
We see it already. We see that many times.
So why? Yeah, so you think they got changed?
No, boss. Listen to me, boss. Listen to me. I just said something, right? And I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to seeing make those type of moves. If you don't feel like I should say that, then that's you. But I said it.
So why?
So you're gonna tell me to take back my word and put it back in my mouth?
No.
I said it.
No. So why you never say I look forward? Say we are going to
Yo, no, the man. But like me say.
No. I know. You know, you say that, brother. You say that, but I'm saying. So why never say our next thing? Say
no, because you know. Let me answer you. You know, let me answer you. The coach have not given me a reason to be more optimistic about his coaching style. That's the reason why I said it.
Okay.
So I'm very pessimistic. Right now I'm very pessimistic so far. I would say this though. The squad that he called up is a very good squad.
So you don't like the coach? You don't like the coaching style?
No, talk to the people who are talking. Talking to the people who are talking.
Taylor, I have a question to you. Can you read out the 23-man squad if you have it, please?
Yeah.
Just for information.
Where is it? I just moved my phone. Okay, yeah, man. Because I was in the press conference, I just have to find it in a second here.
And in the meantime, while you get that, some man talk about Bobby Reed. Let me tell you this.
Here it is. Yeah, I got it, you know. And first, people
don't follow the Bobby Reed argument.
Yeah, please, because that will just slow down the show. Let me just give go into my starting lineup for this squad. I would go in goal Davis.
No, man, we can't beg you just read out the 23-man squad.
We did that on the show already as well, you know. So I'm doing it.
Just request a rewind.
Yeah, we don't really do that still, but I'm gonna read back out the thing, all right? But just let me do just like how the man I tell the next man saying can't say that, and the man say you can't say that, and that the man I go do it for him way. I go do it for you, but I go do it my way. You see me? I say so we have to just so we go compromise and meet each other 50-50. You see me? Because I do it for you, but me I do it right way. So two away I win. All right. So people, as me I say, as some that see the starting players in the squad, and we go around it. Davis, Holgate and King center back. Lee. No, I'm going Omari Bell left back. Lambic Seeker right back. Lambic Kisa. Hayden Russell. Palmer midfield. Cephas Dixon Brown. That's the 11 I'm definitely going with. And I wouldn't be surprised if only one player get changed out of that starting squad there. But in goal, the goalkeepers for the entire squad now, Cataract, Shaquan Davis, Benjamin Williams, Tafari Chambers, Richard King, the defenders, Mason Holgate, Dexter Lembic Sika, Arkisa, Kyle Ming, Amari Bell, Greg Lee, Stephen Young. I don't know much about Stephen Young. Anybody know about Stephen Young? Let me know. Isaac Hayden, Casey Palmer, Brandon Covers, Cataract. I gave you some credit before the show ever start. Earlier, I was giving you credit on the show. Because Brandon Covers, you're a player who's been you are a person who's been echoing the name of that player.
You know, so the credit come from my phone.
Yeah, man, that the credit run out already. John Russell, Daniel Green. Then up top they have Busy Atkinson. He gets a call up. Ronaldo Cephas, Warner Brown, Roman Barrell, Kaheem Dixon, and Javon East. Javon East makes his return after 3 years.
Well, not much to say except that when it comes to Javon East, everybody knows I'm a shop at Go West in a Concacaf Arcade. I go west. You guys will live and learn, but my memory not short. And I remember the 1 yard, right? God bless him. He made some money at Israel. The inclusion of Brandon Cover. Hold on, man. Let me give my assessment quick, man. The inclusion of Brandon Cover is welcome. What I find frightening is that Brandon Cover was not an original name on the team sheet. What I heard the coach say is true. Some man round at one part, away some swimming shots and in a them Ray-Ban. And so, in draft for Brandon. All right, good. I want to ask the question. Why would we have a goalkeeper in Kanaya Boys Clark who was competing for the third spot as goalkeeper? And we bring two different keepers, fly two different keepers.
Redding. Listen, Cataract, Redding didn't just let go Canabias car.
Yeah, but whether they let him go or not, he was a part of the Redding system. And just the unattached player, Luton just let go of Bell. What's the point? Yes, I'm saying, why would we fly? We have our third string keeper. Why would we fly at two keepers from Jamaica? Like money is not a problem. Those are my three initial points to say. The kid Burrell or whatever name, God bless you, and God go with the whole on. The striker from League One, if it's not Johnson Clark Harris, we don't want to hear about none of them. Brawling, me I tell you. God bless him. Welcome to Jamrock. but buy one parrot shirt, buy one shirt with one parrot and palm tree. That vacation here come back. I can't see him as part of my critical squad going forward.
We don't. What about Gregory?
If you're not scoring 30 goals or 25 goals in League One, I don't think you're up to the standard. Malik Mada still is in the squad.
No.
I reserve judgment on him.
He's not in the squad.
He's not in the squad?
Yeah.
Oh.
He doesn't have his doesn't have his passport yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I hate that. On the start of the 11 that you named, I don't think there can be any query where that is concerned at all. Giving Casey Palmer, this will be my last straw for Casey Palmer in the camp. This is really my last straw with him. I've had it up a year with that nigga. I've had it up a year with that Rasta man. I'm up to he just pisses me off. So I hope he comes good and does well. The upfront three, you have an all Jamaican line fire in there in Warner Brown, Cephas, and Dixon. That I think that came straight out of the last World Cup qualifier, and it took a while before they damaged St. Vincent. So I hope when it comes on to the critical thing like Nigeria or Ghana, that's where I'm really looking to see. I just wondered why we had to play Trinidad again. I wonder why the arrangements weren't made with the organizers so that the Caribbean teams would play the African teams rather than having to face each other, having known each other,
They
you
don't
know?
want like a final with all of the same set of peoples, I guess. So they prefer to have, you know, both of the team from the same confederation face off, and then in the finals you have one or the other.
Cataract, question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Farmer, what's the big issue with Farmer? Is he not a good player? What is the issue you have with Farmer?
So Casey Palmer, listen, I'm going to protect my cousin. I have to protect my legal cousin. Right? Casey Palmer is a Chelsea player. So my assessment, you know where that come from. Part of my assessment where that comes from. Casey Palmer was a child prodigy, you know. Casey Palmer was regarded in Chelsea circles somewhat like how Ravel was regarded. Was to be the next best thing. I mean, in dribbling, he was like the stopper of South London.
Yep, I'm a Chelsea supporter, so I know all about him.
However, for his entire career up until now at Coventry, he has been described as lazy. He was the self-styled Tyreek McGee. Don't want to defend. That's not his thing. He just want to do wizardry on the ball. Wasn't a hard-working player. And he got run out of town from a couple of places. Not last but not least was the Bristol, when he went to Bristol. Right? He sort of come on. I think being an international player has helped him because he works a little bit more than he used to. But that really was my thing. I think he's a wasted talent. I think if you ask people from around Chelsea, they'll tell you that he's one of the wasted talent.
Yep.
You think it's coming from? You think this is coming from a personal perspective with him, his personality, because he has been given that highlighted characteristic from a young man. I feel like, okay, being at 19 or being at 17, 18, him think, I even know, so I'm here the man, you know. So guess what? Everybody have to follow around me. And put in his workload.
When they're around the Jamaica squad, I can't tell you something. Casey Palmer is one of the two richest players for the squad.
Luckiest?
Richest.
Oh, richest.
Yeah. Chelsea, and I can tell you from my experience doing with Anthony Grant, pay their players a lot of money so that they don't leave the club. Then just keep a loan going. Right? So he has always been on some good, comfortable 5-digit wages. You understand? Him is not a $5 grand or a $3 grand footballer. You get what I say? Fuck it. All right. So I wonder if that is it. And he's a prima donna. He's just gifted. What I would love to see him do is take off the shackles and express himself, because he's supposed to have about a good passing range as Ravel, you know.
Question. All right.
If you ask the people around Cobham, that's the name on the ground, Cobham, trading ground, Cobham. They're telling that he has a range of passes. He's in the ilk of Jermaine Hugh. Well, they wouldn't know who Jermaine Hugh is. But he's in the ilk of Ravel. And then
that's true, man. Casey Palmer, they doing academy. Remember, Casey Palmer was on that team who won back-to-back UEFA, the Youth Champions Cup, you know. Kissy Palmer was a part of those teams, you know. With the likes of Loftus, Tommy Abraham, all of them guys. You
But
know?
he was a bigger name than Loftus Cheek and them
Yeah,
youth.
he was. Kissy Palmer used to be the 10 in that team, you know. So free kicks, passes, everything.
So where I try to tell me now. So
I
boy,
wonder how come he's not a dead ball specialist for Jamaica.
so
Right.
so Cataract. All right, we'll compare Casey Palmer to the youth that usually play for Man United. We come from France. The guy who usually play forward. I think you know him come
What's
as,
his name?
I can't remember his name.
Martial.
Martial, that's
Martial.
yeah. So you want to say the both of them coming at that same because Marcel came at like 17, 19, 18.
No, he came at 16. Remember, he won the under 17 World Cup with France, you know. He was his strike partner. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. Too much accolade. That's my assessment. But I am really hoping that he breaks out and become, you know, shows us a little of what's in his toolbox.
All right. You know the next question I was going to ask you? Yes. Since he's used to playing around other good players, do you think that's his problem right now? Not having the talent around him to help lift him? That's why him got slack off?
I don't know. But let me tell you what could have happened. I don't know if anybody watching this. You realize that we could go into the Gold Cup possibly with an all Chelsea midfield. Lewis Baker, John Russell, Casey Palmer.
Yep. That would be good because that's quality right there.
And that I hear.
You know, hold on. Cataract, the guys were just
I bet nobody never assessed that before.
No, you just highlighted. But Cataract, we were talking about Bowser earlier, right? Bowser compared to Bobby Reed, right? So the callers who were on the line were talking about what's his name? Ravel. So Bowser, no, guys. Bowser is not in the squad, right?
No.
You know,
I think that's
yeah, no, he's not in the squad.
I think this squad was ready made for Bowser. Made for Bowser to catch a farm, you know, get a couple of goals against Trinidad. And Bowser's a very streaky player, you know. When he's on a goal streak, he will score a couple of 1, 2, 3 goals. But when he's missing it, he will miss 5, 10, 16, 20.
And the problem with that is he's running out of time to get that right. The consistency. I just think that the team is gonna surpass him, where the coach is gonna have to make a tough decision on him at one point, where you have, let's say, you have another striker from the Sheffield United striker lurking. You bring in, let's say, a Warner Brown is there. And then you have maybe this kid. We don't know how he's gonna play. He starts so good this season. Baseball, I don't watch him. I didn't know much about him, but he's a player there. So if you start challenging, then let's say Mikel Antonio, because it seems Mikel Antonio is hell bent on coming back into this team.
Yeah, but Mikel Antonio is a little bit too much of the medication. Yes, I'm looking for Mikel Antonio down in September. And I don't think we should rush and
exactly.
And I don't. Right? But what I want to say to you, Bowser, this is the last salon for me, because I don't think Warner Brown going to push out Bowser or Burrell. I think when Mason Greenwood takes up that number 9, that's when Bowser will start quaking in his boots.
Cataract. You said yes, Mikel Antonio in September. Do you know that? Did you know that Mikel Antonio contract with West Ham finished this summer? You know
it finishes in June. Yes, but I don't expect it.
Which committee going to pick up Mikel Antonio?
West Ham.
You think West Ham going to give him a next contract?
Yep.
Okay.
If not West Ham, I could certainly see him going to Fulham. I could see him going to Crystal Palace.
Say he doesn't pick up a contract.
I could.
It would be risky because it's coming off an injury. No. Let me finish. Let me land now. All right. Say it doesn't pick up a contract. Summer.
because it'd be risky, because he's just coming off a serious injury, and nobody want to take the chance. Would you still call him up for the Jamaican team in
That's what
September?
you said. That's what you said. So I'm gonna say this to you. First of all, like prompt and paralyze your statement. Right now, I'm putting on the bottom of my clocks and mash it down. Michael Antonio will make a full recovery. You know?
No, I never say he won't make a full recovery. I did
What
not
I
say
say
he won't
to
make
you,
a full
what I
recovery.
would say to you is, I cannot see Michael Antonio being unsigned come the 1st of July.
Okay.
So they have a couple of clubs in London, right? Crystal Palace being the first one. That's the first place I think he would go. Because I think that
Crystal Palace will just win the FA Cup. You talking about?
Yeah, but I think that the youth, hold on, I think that the youth, Metete, the African brother there, I believe that he's going to move on. They're going to get big offers for him. But they love to pick up. They love to
FA Cup and have another league to play. And take up an injury Mikel Antonio. Go on, make sense.
I'm saying to you that they love to take up players, the scraps from around the London clubs. That's how they've made their name, and that's how they've
But
paid on.
you're talking about a team that just won the FA Cup.
You're going to listen.
Go ahead. I just want it to make sense to me.
So I'm saying that I could see him landing there. I could see him landing at Fulham. Very easy. Fulham is another team that does that as well. They pick up the scraps from around London. The excess fat. Let me say the scrap, the excess, players who can get good playing time. Reece Nelson, Emil Smith Rowe, what do you name the player on the wing that used to play at Tottenham? They pick up a lot of players from in and around London because London people do not like to leave London.
Okay.
I could also see him going to Brentford, where I believe that either Wissa or Mboa Boma, one of the two of them is going to go. Right? So even just around London, bam. Then now you have the promoted clubs. I could see Leeds United making a damn move him. Because you have a striker that can score 10 goals. I don't think Burnley, because the Burnley don't really play that type of game there. But I could see any of the promoted clubs making a move for him. So I can see at least 6 different destinations for Mikel Antonio. I don't even see him in the championship.
All right. So when they finish, look into the crystal balls that you look into and say you find the lotto number. I can just send it over.
First of all,
see.
All
right.
First of all, bad man are looking at balls. First of all.
All right.
Try
anything you're looking into, just send it over here so I can get the lotto number, so I can win some, win some money.
Buy Mikel Antonio number. Buy him squad number. Buy him squad number.
All right, cool. All right, that's all I want to ask. But anyway, let's hope and see. Keeping our fingers crossed.
Yeah, but we must keep our fingers crossed and our prayers are with the baller for speedy recovery,
Yeah.
All things are possible through.
And Sean Blake, feel free to join in as well, my boy.
Know yourself, I wouldn't be unhappy if you went to Leeds. Leeds.
As long as he's playing football in the Prem, I have no problem. But it's just difficult. Yeah, it's just difficult to see that the injury that he's coming off would land him back into a Prem club. And that's that. Maybe he can get a chance in the championship, but
we
just
come again. Hold on. Whoa. What you mean Antonio not better than Pirro at Leeds?
Who said no better than I never compare Antonio to a player. Are you drinking now?
Pirro, a Premier League striker?
No, did I compare Antonio with any footballer?
No, man. In the comment section, brother. In the comment.
Okay. I'm not looking at the comment section.
Last thing in the comment section.
Okay, I'm not looking at. But I'm just saying, it's just difficult to see him coming off of that injury, and nobody don't know what type of form he will be in. It's risky to sign him. Giving away, pay him a lot of money, and they don't know what
type of farm is going to end, you know? It just, to me, it just look risky. It doesn't look like a risky business. I don't know.
Man. Antonio, that championship striker. You don't know striker?
No, because you see, it just go back when you're talking. It just go back to what the coach said today. Say a certain player is you're looking at the past and you want to see the future. You understand? They say the players are pass. You understand? And I'll just say that we see Anthony in the we don't know what he's going to be after the injury. So just like how the coach don't want to run a risk with Ravel, I don't think the player nobody going to run a risk with Mikel. I don't know what condition he's in. That's all I'm saying, brother.
So let me tell you, whether you the name Christian Eriksen, remember Sefima did stop, you know. I'm man run risk and buy.
Hard stop and 2 foot block are 2 different things, brother.
But two different things, but when you can't dead from 2 foot broke, you can't dead from
No, when your foot broke, you're kind of timid. Hold on, when your foot broke, you're timid. You're going at certain tackle, you're timid for, you know. I don't know. But let's see.
But Mikel Antonio should, and he should be very,
you know?
Mikel Antonio should be very cautious because he's on the final stretch of his career as well.
Yeah. I think he has a lot of money. But listen, look at Danny Welbeck. I was watching the Brighton game. And I frightened when the commentator says the first time in Danny Welbeck's career, and Danny Welbeck is an England international, that Danny Welbeck scored double figure 10 goals. Then I went through and look, John Ayew never scored 10 goals yet for the day bad in the Premier League, you know. And yet them man, they come on transfer fee. A player who scores 6-7 goals is considered a decent striker in the Premier League, you know. You have only a striker with 3 goals and 2 goals. They score whole season. It's not a place to ramp it. So I think Mikel is a Premier League level striker. Elite, I won't say he's an elite striker, but he's a Premier League level striker.
So if he say Warner Brown, them gonna get contract though.
Warner Brown what?
I think that Warner Brown is gonna get a contract, you know. I think he's gonna play well.
I think Warner Brown is gonna get a contract.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play well.
I think Mount Pleasant ready to issue out some money to pay him.
Brother, I'm not talking about Mount Pleasant, my youth.
Mount Pleasant, where am I get contract? Where am I get contract for?
Alright.
No, easy.
Okay.
I challenge the caller and I want to challenge the man here. Jay Taylor, Issa, the rest of them. How many players of the 10 JPL players do you think will get a contract to play in England for the next season? At whatever level.
How much?
How many players from the 10 that are going to represent Jamaica?
10. I thought it was 7.
Me and the coach said 10. But
7.
Well, how many players do we expect? Do we think that one player will get a contract?
I expect 2.
All right, let me tell you how many players will get contract.
If he not get none of them not get none.
Let me tell you how many players will get contract out of the JPL players. That minus that club. None. 0.
The result. I believe maybe one player might get called to a tryout.
But if it was in the Caribbean now, hold on. If it was in the Caribbean, I think maybe 2 or 3 of them will get a contract within the Caribbean.
I will go even further. Brentford has a Jamaican international in Pinnock, right? They've always had a decent relationship with the JFF regarding releasing Pinnock, and when we tell them, sorry, make him stay. You think one of those players play 2 matches, 180 minutes of football at Brentford? Do we believe one of those players from the JPL would get a contract at Brentford?
All right. But hold on. But to be fair, let's look at it. All right. We're going to look at the match category. The coach said in the press conference, by the time the players then come up there, the recovery it's going to take a good while to get recovery to play. And if they're not recovery, they're not going to play properly well. So
But
we now but if it depends on how much players in play in the Trinidad game, we're not gonna see a good show. You understand? It would be really I don't know how to tell you. Just for these players to do a good showing against Trinidad.
In
Now
Tigat,
against the next
is
game.
there anything positive Tigat you have towards the team?
Hold on, man. Let me finish. The next game, however, you might see, a better showing of them. You understand? But the first game against Trinidad,
Yeah,
depends on
Jamaica always start the window them.
I'm going off of what the coach is saying. You understand? The recovery time, 1 day for train, blah, blah, blah. You're not going to see a good showing of these JPA players. But the second game now, hopefully, when they relax and train and whatever, we might see a better showing, then we might see something. But not against Trinidad. Not the first game. Not the first game, we're going to see something good about them. And it might be Trinidad might get a chance now for maybe guts and whatever stand up who might beat Trinidad, but Trinidad have advantage to flood Jamaica. Understand? So let's see.
I don't think Trinidad can flood Jamaica. Soca is not that.
Yeah, I agree, but under the circumstances, the court said, the court said at the press conference, jet lag and everything, and the time to recover, almost 1 day. It wasn't even sure if 1 day them are gonna get for train. Can be half a day, one session.
Why carry them for?
Eh?
That makes sense.
Well, that's a different forum. As the court said, I say, it might be World Cup squad.
Is there a hurricane on the horizon named Trinidad? I kind of step up from the phone and hear people say Trinidad a flood Jamaica. Or might flood Jamaica.
Trinidad is not like people. No, that's good. Marshall man, I can full stadium like Cartel. Trinidad away side. We only thing should have some sexy girl. India. Well. So them time them talk like a other China. Trinidad go. Size up against bad man side.
You.
Look here, people. Let's put a selfie. You understand them, man. How it takes so long to turn on the sound. Well, man, the box boy work look hard, man. Then they tell you one, they call him maintenance and technician.
I know that Dwight York is really gonna try to get a win against Jamaica.
Dwight York can try for the web and try for the yes, sir. What?
Yeah, Dwight York really want to put it on his resume, especially in England. Same beat McLaren in England and Jamaica. Yeah,
all right.
But I don't see the Trinidad squad name yet,
And I think Trinidad is coming with a good team. I feel like that. Yeah, I feel like Trinidad is coming with a decent team. But as we said, Jamaica has the chance to start the three midfielders who can start the next game. See if it works. It's a combination. God, that's what we haven't been getting right for Jamaica for many years, figuring out the midfield combination. And that's where the combination they unlock teams, the midfield. And a certain coaches can, you see how pep them midfield setup.
Question to you, JT.
Yeah.
All right. What if these players, the Brandon Covers and Jonathan Russell, and stood out, play exceptionally well. What would happen to these players after the Unity Cup?
I think Brandon Covers.
That's what Ketterak was asking.
Yeah.
Oh, Ketterak asked it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He wasn't in the press conference. Him asked it for a year, so.
So So what would happen? What would happen?
T-God,
We say, all right.
I think. Remember, said the World Cup qualification squad. There's still time to get that in, right?
Yeah, that's
They can't get it in. JT, the coach them having World Cup squad.
Brother.
Tiga. And
You
that's
know,
the point. I
talks,
think all the players that you mentioned are playing for a backup spot. The coach done have him team already. I think all these players are playing for a reserve spot behind the Leon Baileys of the world.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say, T-God. When you hear things,
But
why
I'm
you
saying if they perform well, I will say, yo, I'm gonna perform better than let's use just using hypothetical. I'm gonna perform better than a Bobby Reed. Yo, that money we don't want to see. See the money. What next?
T-God?
We wait till
not
player get injured before we can throw them in.
T-God, I think you're looking at it a bit too pessimistic, you know. I see it as a plus. As I said, I think Jamaica was at a deficit of not playing enough football, right? We get a chance to play 2 games where now the coach don't have to try these players in actual meaningful game. This is like 2 glorified practice match with a sticker on it and you put it in a present box and put a card on it. It's called the Unity Cup. You know, you win, but you don't really win anything, but you get a good stretch. You know, the footballers get a competitive run. The coach said it. Whole Gate and those guys need football under their belt.
You know who this? Yeah, right. I like that. You know who this game would have fit? His World Cup squad. Team tryout in whatever formation he want to try before the World Cup qualification start.
But the court speak to that, you know.
And that's why I'm calling, I'm calling for ask. Good evening to each and everyone, and bless up those in the chat. I'm calling for ask when somebody go ask the coach what is the formation or style of play that he might play. And the formation, the style of play, what he might use.
Jerry, anywhere to ask him that today?
Yeah, somebody asked him that question.
Jerry, anywhere to ask him.
What was it?
Brother, him going to want a long explanation when we get lost, dog.
Hold on. I can summarize what he said.
Please
he went
do.
into
Please
a
do.
long soliloquy. He went into a long soliloquy, and at the end of it all, one of the last things that he said was utilizing our speed down the wing or something to that effect, which is pretty much kick and run,
The same
long
thing.
ball, bypassing the midfield.
But that we bring a do from when you know come with nothing new or special, then might as well left up of the team.
No, so he said he want to also get to a more possession-based team. Possession-based team.
Actions speak louder than word.
You know, the last game against St. Vincent's, though, I saw the attempt to hold on to the ball. I'm not gonna lie to you. I said the attempt. The attempt.
JT, we have to stop use them small country to have a good performance. We say, yeah, Ray this and Ray that. Even our boy, we like Warner Brown, but we want to see him against a more rigid team. We're out there. Because I watch him in the game one day, you know, and like him wants some more body. You see me? He want to be more firm over him ball. But me like him spirit, me like him work ethics, me like him fight and him drive and him determination. Him have potential, but him just need a little bit of body. That the only thing I observe with him. But me like everything else about him. Yeah, you see me? So on them level there, we just have hope that you them can go out there and put out a good show. And I'm like the youth when him Brandon covers, he's a youth that is a hard working youth. You see me a long time want him forward in our team. Cataract, I first man me here talk about him and check him out and me see him in the under 21, I think I went last year.
Under 23.
Under 23, I mean last year, right?
No, I think about 2 years now, you know.
I mean 2 years ago.
Yeah, one time I fly.
Yeah. And me kind of like, I'm sip on him like he's a youth where.
Under 23, under 20.
No, but then they pick one under 23 squad.
He
Go
played
down.
CSC game. CSC
Yeah,
game
yeah,
at the under
CSC game, yeah.
23.
Yeah, don't want place, brother. I don't want Honduras. I think I want turf. Me see
Yeah.
them a play,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
and he
That's
did
CSC
take
game.
he look he took command of that game in the middle of the park actually.
Yeah, man, he was one of the best players we have that year, bro.
And that
Yeah,
was
that's why
in.
Cataracta wonder. Because Jason Angel was in that
But
squad
yo, guess what?
playing
Exactly.
You know that Brandon Covers
That's
is not,
exactly the game, bro.
and Marcus Brandon Covers is not picked as a right back. You know, he's picked as a midfielder in this team. He's picked as a midfielder. He's with the midfielders on the list, so they picking him as a midfielder basically.
But wasn't he in that game that we're talking about on the turf? Wasn't he playing like a holding position?
Yeah, he was playing. That's what he was. That's what I'm saying. That
Yeah, and he looked pretty decent that day. Like, I would like to give him a chance and see how he look and evaluate him from there and see how he look. Go from there.
that's how that's where he plays at Leicester to them days there. U21 midfield.
Hey, so I have a question. I mean, we all know that midfield has been our Achilles heel for the longest time. And now we've gotten some names that we've been calling for. So when it comes down to crunch time, Matak, World Cup qualifiers, who would be our individual pick for midfield? And this is the four I'm throwing out there. We have Isaac Hayden, we have John Russell, we have Casey Palmer, and we have Lewis Baker. Out of those four, who we gonna run with and with what formation potentially?
I think that there's a combination thing needs to work out. Your midfield, I go back to the combination because, all right, let me give you two different combinations. We can have the combination that we think that's going to play in England, Isaac Hayden, John Russell, Casey Palmer. Or when a Lewis Baker get there, you can have a John Russell, Isaac Hayden, Lewis Baker. Or you can also have a Isaac Hayden, Lewis Baker, and Casey Palmer. Depends on how the coach want to play. You see me? So that's how I see it. So I just think it gives the coach more flexibility when Lewis Baker gets there. Another midfielder who almost has to start. You know? So if he has to start, there's only one spot left in the midfield.
So of all the midfield players right now, who is the front runner for the attacking midfield?
We don't right now. It's still Casey Palmer. We don't have anybody else.
You think so? You think so over Lewis Baker?
No man, no. I mean when him come. When him forward.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean, right?
No man, when him
that's what I
forward,
mean.
a Baker, man, a Baker.
Okay.
I don't think even that midfield role, bro. I don't really know what Casey Palmer true position should be in midfield. He doesn't show me much in either way where I can say Casey Palmer is this player. He's just always a gray area player where you don't really know where he plays, what really fits him. I don't know. I don't know his best position, to tell you the truth.
You did. Turn it on the thumbs. Download the app today. Refine the depression with reference.
Oh, that man, T got. Yeah, watch. Please, hold on. Let me see if I can. Yeah. So, brother, nobody come with no doom and gloom. Here, T got the unit.
What kind of doom and gloom you talk about now? It's like when you have none to pay, you just anything that's rough like out. What kind of doom and gloom you talking
What
about?
I'm saying, man, just keep a positive approach towards the Unity Cup.
Just keep a positive approach, brother.
Yeah, no, but you see, yeah, you know what
Always keep a positive approach.
Yeah, let's not, I think today the coach, as I said, explained the squad very well.
Yes, he did. As normal, all of the squad them went pick. Him always explode, him always explain all of the side them pick. And him always have an explanation for everybody in the side. Whether it be Ty McGee, whether it be the baller name is where the baller name from Cavaliers, the midfielder.
Ainsworth wasn't there. That was a shocker.
Where the midfielder from Cavaliers name, JT?
Oh, busy. You did a call for that? You say, the player get a call up?
No, man. Where the midfielder from Cavaliers here? The one that plays CDM.
Adrian Reed.
Adrian Reed. Anybody call up to the side, the coach always have some logical explanation for why the squad. So, now there's positive, brother. You understand? Coach always give some explanation for everybody. You understand? Adrian Reed, Tyrese, Sule McCullough, everybody.
And the man,
by the way, the
coach loves Sule McCullough, bro. You man keep picking him in the dog. Get it? But there's a fan that Trinidad game that the coach really like what him see from him. Because Sule McCullough, when him lacking slowness, he does pick up the play very well. He just doesn't have what it takes, really. Continue, Sean.
Yeah, I'm saying that by the way, the coach is either listening to the program or somebody is listening to the program and relaying information back to him.
Yeah.
And I'm sure. I am 95% sure. That's a solid A. 95% sure. And here's why I say that. Which is not a bad thing because you have to stay in touch with your fan base. But you remember yesterday, one of the issues I had was with his word choice when he said that he was going to experiment. And I said, what am I mean by imago experiment? And we kind of have a discussion upon it by what we thought he meant or what I thought he meant. And we had a discussion regarding his word choice, experiment. And then today, he came back and said, I'm not saying I'm going to experiment. What I'm saying is that, and him kind of clarify what he meant.
Yeah, man, the coach know what going on the show, man. So, and Sean Blake, I tell people, say, them can't take the show simply, bro, but we are make some impact out there, bro.
Yeah, and I mean, if it wasn't for social media, I don't think this team would be trending in the direction it's trending right now. I think all the influencers has made a significant contribution towards influencing this team in a positive direction.
Yeah, I believe so too. That's why I think, bro, there's a lot of us that are invested in this team emotionally. And I think most of the fans are. That's why they're always showing up. It's like, bro, it's all away. You see over here, so we show up and I say, yo, why can't the man them get it right, man? Why can't they try this? It's because we want to see our team competitive. You know what I mean? Like, as Jamaicans, we just don't like to just sit down and watch losing. Because we know we're not losers. We know that we're some of the hardest fighting people out there, most relentless. But we just seem, the football, though, takes another little tactical approach to it and delegation and consistency and logistics and health and wealth and wellness. What happened was the JFF was operating by skipping a lot of the steps. You know, maybe the logistics is not right. Players show up at game, maybe not get warm up. I'm talking about back in the day. And slowly with the social media, people continuously applying that pressure. They slowly got into shape. And it's just a team now. But I'm saying that I couldn't see anything that I could be not happy about with this squad. I think this squad is well picked. Barring one or two players, mere people talking about Andre Gray and those guys, I wouldn't go there. But bro, I have no problems with this squad. This squad actually made me more excited for the Unity Cup. Because when I found out last night it was only between 8 and 11 maximum JPL players there, I said that's balanced enough. And then when I calculate the amount of players who has passport and French players, I expected this squad. You know, I expected this squad. The goalkeepers, though, a chance for a local goalkeeper to prove themselves as the true number 3 for Jamaica. So there's gonna be a goalkeeper battle taking place right there. You know, the best goalkeeper out of Jamaica wins. That's what's happening right now. 3 Jamaican goalkeeper, 2 at the same club, I think. So it's a good little square up. So there are these inner battles that's taking place. Kaim Dixon, he's competing with Tyrese Campbell coming in to compete with Leon Bailey on that right hand side. Kaim Dixon is competing with his teammate at Charlton. So now we're gonna have 3 players at Charlton. So Kaim Dixon is on the clock for this game. We love his spirit, and I want Kai. We just want Kaim Dixon if he shell it tomorrow. I'm gonna be so happy. But if he don't shell it, I'm not surprised. It depends on where they play Kaim Dixon. If he plays on the wing, I don't see him as a winger. I keep saying that in England, he's not strong enough. I see him as like a false 9, a decoy, just a player that comes up, sneaks up and help the forward press and trap backs into a position. Always on the front foot attacking. May I give everybody a chance to see them final take, Kaka, and who else we have on? Marcus Garvey. Anybody want to go first? Let's give you a final take before we wrap it up. We did almost 4.5 hours. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Kaka. Just all right. So maybe just say
Yeah,
give your final
man.
take.
No, me just say, me don't want the man them think say, yo, Bobby Reed is not an important player of the team, Bobby Reed is a major. No, don't get me wrong, but I feel like when I misunderstand and me misuse my word, rather than say Shaman Nicholson is more important in terms of goal scoring, which he brings to the table. He brings more goals to the team, which, Shaman Nicholson have the authority because he's a striker. Bobby is a major important, but I feel like though JT, his position in the team is ticking. We can't play him as a winger. And in the midfield, he can put in a shift, but he's not a midfielder. So you see where I'm coming from now. His time is kind of limited in the team, in the 11. We have to play him at his ideal position. And that is my thing. He don't have an ideal position. And that's gonna be effective towards his game. Because he can't play out on the wing and he can't play
You see
9
that
number
what
10.
you said, right? That's what me agree with you, because I've said that before, that even this team is gonna outgrow Bobby Reed, where he's a depth chart player off the bench at one point.
Right.
Because if a Mason Greenwood comes and the coach figure out the midfield, where is Bobby Reed gonna play?
Right.
I mean, I think even before Mason Greenwood gets here, I think Bobby Reed is going to be in some type of problem, because I think where the coach is going, if he plays with a 3-man midfield, it's going to be Aiden, Russell, and Lewis. And then I don't think Bobby is going to beat anybody on the wings. I mean, we could say he could play opposite Leon, but if he does that, but if he does that, then I think the coach would have to play Leon like on the left side and have Bobby play on the right. But it's a good problem to have. But I think based on just, I believe, sentiment for the player, I think he's going to be a hard man to drop from the squad. He's going to be hard to drop from the squad, just based on the sentiment I think the coach have for the player.
Well, that's how you think still. But as time comes, we can't really tell, because his performance is not up to par. The coach don't have any choice but to drop him. So I mean, when we get more player, we will see.
I think Bobby Reed is gonna be there though, at least in the squad for the World Cup if Jamaica makes it.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the squad.
Does the squad?
In the 11.
Not the starting 11 for me. I don't see, bro. Me did about 3 or 4 show on just Bobby Reed and telling people that listen. The problem is that Bobby Reed is a jack of all trade and a master of none, and it's actually he's like Lati Bodier. They are these players where they give you a good game in a random position, but they can't do it over and over.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Say I agree with me. Say I agree with me
I
then.
said that. I said I agree with that part. I
No,
used
no,
to
in terms of
with Boza
yeah,
comparison. No,
no, with the reason why I said with Boza, like who would make a more difference in the team? That's
you
my
know why I say that? Jamaica right now can play without a striker like Boza. And
right.
the thing is, if you have a Leon Bailey go down, um, and let's say you don't have a Bobby Reed on the field, you're stuck with Cephas on the next side. When you have a Bobby Reed, you still have a Premier League quality out there. You know what I mean? He's seen different scenarios with the game. Because when, all right, this is football where a lot of people don't know, and this is what affect a lot of Jamaican people. It's when you're watching the game is one thing, but when you're on the field and adrenaline kicks in, if you know cool yourself sometime, you just like a football game all done so quick, and you just run, and you have run off of adrenaline. The good players are able to slow down the game with it. You see Messi them look behind them. Okay, stand in this position. A player like Norman Campbell, adrenaline tends to take over with him. Where he's trying to move too fast, going through the paces too fast. Cephas, that kind of problem. Look when Jonathan Russell gets the ball. That's a player who tells you he worked on his awareness. Jonathan Russell last preseason was in Thailand learning Thai boxing. And that was when we were saying when Halgrims don't think Jonathan Russell is tough enough for the midfield. So he's a player, and he came back this season, one of the most improved players, playing well at Barnsley. But I also wouldn't be surprised if the coach don't pick Jonathan Russell going forward either. This coach, I'm not so sure, because when he was told about Jonathan Russell, he said a friend told him about him.
Coach, that a minor problem in the mind. Coach come like him don't know the player them in a brother dog. For real, bro. This is my bro. Like, bro, your job is to study the players, the Jamaican national players. Bro, the man look like him just go England. When I time for Jamaica play, in come to Jamaica for 1 month. Him have a style like Al Grimsey, bro.
Yeah.
Cool out and breeze out. And then he want to try reload. And then he get, and then they fire him.
He get peel out.
He get peel out. You know
Yeah, yeah. It's a
man,
fact,
come
bro.
like you know the players. He don't watch the players, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
I just feel like McLaren
And
is
that
a man.
worries me, bro.
Yeah, I feel like McLaren is a man you can run into at your local pub in England. Like you go in and everybody say, "Oh, that's Coach McLaren." Popping out at the pub at 6, 7 in the afternoon for a pint. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he give me that vibe there, but he's very active. He have his own approach, bro. He probably do it in an old school way, but because even these players that are coming in, Burrell, Dimitri, ex-Manchester United player, Gennari, he had to do some level of work to at least coordinate with those players. You see me? Madasil was in Jamaica the same time as him, putting in his documents.
Campbell.
Was-
Hear me, bro?
Tyrese Campbell.
Yeah, and the all person.
Yo,
All purpose person.
Tyrese
Live it
Campbell
up
was
now.
Tyrese Campbell was a shocker call. Yo, bro, me even forgot about why him never Tyrese Hall not having passport. Why him never in this game? Or Premier. Why is Tyrese Hall not there in the Unity Cup? So what did he call him for?
This a coach of my.
Some of the team
You know the
Tyrese
reason
Hall did
why,
have
JT, you
passport.
know the reason why they don't have their passport, and
I
this is
thought
like a
Tyrese Hall
friendly
had his
tournament.
passport though, bro.
No, this is a friendly. Even Mason Greenwood can't complain, man. That's why most
No,
of
no,
them
no, no,
play.
no.
Most
They
like
make no, bro. They made an agreement before the game. All teams have to agree on it. You can't use players without passport for the Unity Cup.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Nigeria bring a predominantly local squad actually. Yeah, so it's a good run. So all three teams just want to. Remember, Nigeria suffer with the same problems as Jamaica. Lot of diaspora talent worldwide, but can't get it together. Nigeria is struggling in World Cup qualification right now. Might be another World Cup without Nigeria. I think they have about 7 points, third place in their group.
You know, Jamaica got struggle. Them gonna struggle to score goal in the tournament. You know.
Yeah, because
You know what?
it's gonna be disjointed.
I'm gonna struggle to score goal.
But guess what? Jamaica do have those players though who can give you a moment of brilliance. I just think those Warner, just like Warner, bro, and just go fire the ball in the back. Bro, no, now we couldn't predict the fire when fire the ball in the back. Right when we see that back shake.
Yeah.
Cause so me never see Warner Brown them play. Me even know if Warner Brown them kick it ball straight. That. You know what I mean? Just see net back shake. Say, wow, that is it. That is it, man. That is it.